Woo! Alright, hello folks. For all you who are here, welcome, welcome. There's nobody here yet, but whatever. We're just gonna be talking. Once some people jump in here, if anybody does, I'll get this rolling on what all we're gonna be doing today. In between matches, which I think will be pretty fun. And yeah, that's gonna be it. Right now I'm just waiting. We're just gonna see if anybody pops in here. Boop, boop. Okay. We are chilling. Straight chilling right now. Hey, how's it going? Whoever's here, welcome. Alright, we're going to start kicking this off here. We're going to get the tournament set up, ready to go. How's it going, bro? I've got plans for matches, or I got plans for in-between matches. I'm going to be making a tier list for all the Dom factions. So if you're interested in providing input for where they sit on the tier list, let me know. Everybody's welcome to jump in here and add their piece. Howdy, howdy. Welcome, welcome. Alright, brackets going live. Alright, pinging goblins. Bracket is live, bracket is active. Find your opponents, please. Alright. Who am I playing? Fuck, Scrambled Egg. He's gonna roll me. He's on vampire counts. I don't know how to beat them. Where is he? Alright. Copy. Paste. No worries, bro. Alright. It's going to be a second before our boy shows up, so we're just going to, like, jump in here. And we're just going to... I'm just going to show y'all what's going to be going on between the rounds, since, you know, there's nothing to do in the meantime. I'm just adminning and doing other stuff. It'll be nice to have something going on. So, I'm going to be working on a tier list. And, yeah, I'm interested in getting input from anybody here in chat as well about where everybody sits. We're just going to do it in alphabetical order, and we'll see how it all plays out by the end of the stream. Okay. Scrambled eggs here. So we're gonna be playing our match here in a minute. And just for those of y'all in chat, keep in mind that we're placing beastmen on the tier list first. So be thinking of anything you have to say about them. I know I personally will probably be putting them in S tier. That is probably the most appropriate place for them to go. I don't really think they have a weak matchup in the game right now. Okay. Ban Haunted. Man, Ban Haunted Vale or Road to Talabheim? We're doing picks and bans for the maps now. I'm banning Haunted Vale. He'll probably ban Bordello Landing, would be my guess, but maybe he won't. Maybe he'll ban Road. Vampire counts are honestly kind of tough for Korn against a really experienced player. So it's going to be interesting to see if I can pull this off. I'm not supremely confident that it's going to happen. Alright. Oh. Here. I'm gonna jump out of here while I build my army. And I'll let y'all stare at the tier list. For those of y'all interested, start thinking of a spot to put beastmen. They're gonna be the first faction that gets focused in on for placing them on the tier list. We're gonna be doing that in between rounds while we just kind of wait on people to finish up. That's so expensive. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, let's do this. What else do I want in this opener? Something like this might be okay. Upvet those guys. Okay, I guess I'm ready for this match. Ready. Fun. Road to Talabheim is the map. Boom. And we're just waiting for Scrambled Egg to kick this off, and then I'll switch it back over to the game view, and y'all get to see me get rolled by one of the best players in the community. I think I've beaten him one time in like the 6 games we've played. And it was a fun match where I won. But it's not gone well the rest of the time. He's usually playing vampire accounts against me. Alright. He's still picking. Alright, guys. So, just to talk about Beastmen for a minute, they are one of, if not the straight-up fastest factions in the game. I think maybe Slaanesh. And Wood Elves have a bit of a argument to be made that they might be faster, respectively, than Beastmen. But the utility of the Beastmen's mobile units, like Centaurs, particularly Centaurs with throwing axes, is pretty insane. So I would hazard to guess that they're one of the better like tier 1 factions in the game. Alright, we're gonna swap the game view since Scrambled Egg's ready now. But long story short, Beastmen probably gonna be going in S tier. Would be my that would be my 2 cents on them as a faction in domination. Their lack of armor doesn't hurt them too terribly bad because they have so many good tools to deal with armor. They've got a lot of really interesting monsters that I don't see get played a lot, but I think have a lot of utility and can swing the few negative matchups that they have in their favor. Alright.
Bring me sacrifices.
Start lining up our forces here. It's gonna be a mess. He's got a gigantic army. Let's get these spawn in here. Spawn are gonna be okay against the Cryptors. We're gonna see how they do. They might not end up being supremely impactful, but I am very curious to see if they can make anything happen. Valkia in the sky. She's pretty good against a lot of the Vampire Counts roster. As long as she doesn't get stuck on the ground, she's going to be pretty useful.
Power of the world.
Okay, cool. He's got a Blood Dragon Vampire Lord. That's terrifying. He's going to be incredibly disruptive and hard to deal with. He's probably also going to bounce my cultists. What do I bring out first? I don't think Minotaurs are going to be very good at pressuring him. I need to probably just bring more throwing axes out.
Move out.
These guys are going to sit on the edge of the objective here. Let's add them into the control group and get them over this way. We're going to try and do a little bit of poke against this guy, but we might also go and start shooting at the Unholy Lodestone Corpse Carts. Maybe the White Kings have silver shields, so that's just a waste. This guy doesn't have a shield, so he's a little bit more vulnerable to the shooting that I have. Quote-unquote shooting, not like Khorne is really that good in that realm.
Keep it from the foe.
We're gonna have to watch out for breath attacks. What the hell is this? Oh, Gaze of Khorne. Jesus Christ, what the hell was that? Oh my god. Insanity, dude. He just knocked half health off of my poor guys there. Let's stick here. Okay, they're gonna take that. Just run over here. Yeah. Vampire accounts showing their mastery of the magical arts and absolutely dumbstering my bloodletters there is very painful. I can't really go duel the Blood Dragon Lord. I don't really want to either. He just has Helm of Discord. That's a very dangerous ability. White Kings are killing my poor bloodletters. He's breath attacking these guys. They're gonna die in a minute here. Let's chip these guys down a little bit maybe. Let's get up there. Let's get our cultists and go over here. We need to just do a little bit of damage, I guess. I want to force him to move up. No, don't shoot at the zombies, please. I need you to shoot at the corpse cart. Thank you. Alright, let's pull these guys back, actually. Let's start trying to kill some zombies. Let's get these guys back. They're just getting too close in there. You don't really need to be going in that hard. Got some of these guys coming in. Let's get another bloodletter out. That's really unfortunate that he really kind of just completely dumpstered those guys. Alright, let's focus on the Blood Dragon Lord. We're going to come over here. We're going to help these guys out. We're going to go in. Minotaurs are going to try and get in here. We're going to start grinding against these zombies. As much as I don't want to, we don't have much of an option. Let's collapse on these guys here. Our horsemen are in a gigantic blob, which is pretty painful. And we've got another breath attack going down. That's pretty painful, man. Woo-wee. Let's pop this, get some nice damage going, and we're going to try and kill this Mortis engine. These Gazes of Nagash are absolutely disgusting. They are destroying me right now. Let's thin out the zombies here. They're pretty low now, so this might actually be a decent opportunity. The Minotaurs are about to get absolutely slaughtered. Okay, Valkia, keep fighting. The cultists are doing okay. I'm gonna see if I can try and kill... Let's get the spawn over to maybe help out the throwing axes. Pulling back. We're starting to lose the middle objective here. I don't know what we're going to be able to do. It's kind of rough. It's kind of rough, guys. We're going to try and chip down these freaking Cryptors. We're going to pop that. He's got a breath attack going in on my bloodletters, so Relentless Rage is going to keep him alive a little longer. Yeah, we're starting to lose those guys. Let's get some more throwing axes in. Minotaurs. They're going to come out here. They're going to try and get on these Cryptors. We're doing a decent amount of damage. We don't have any answers for all these freaking Vargheists. I could bring out some Furies. Furies is probably what I should have already brought out. Need to rally in here. We've got a little bit going on here. The cultists are just getting killed by the Blood Dragon Lord. Get out of here. Let's collapse in here. These guys are a little under threat. Valkia, kill some of these Vargheists if you can. Pull out, pull out. Let's get these guys lawnmowering a little bit. He is supremely eclipsing me in value right now, which is pretty typical for me in this matchup against Scrambled Egg. I'm just not keeping the Minotaurs safe enough. And the Cultists, they got pretty isolated. And he's doing a much better job of playing in his blobs. I'm really not able to deal with a lot of this stuff right now. Doing a lot of damage in the sky to those guys now, but still looking a little rough. We're starting to kill off some of this stuff, but I don't think it's going to be in time to actually pull this match back. Dang, that's brutal. Get these guys back. We're throwing against the Cryptars here. Can't really cap here. He's got the Dire Pack coming out now. Marauder Horsemen are dying. Getting jumped on by a horde of Vargheists. Valkia's getting the crap kicked out of her now.
Give me blood.
See what we can do. Let's pop Relentless Rage on these guys and kind of collapse in here. Start trying to do some damage. I think he is going to go for capping the side objective. Yeah, Valkia is dying. Poor girl. Bloodletters did okay. Spawn, man, the Spawn did great. I should probably just bring a ton of Spawn next time. This Mortis engine in the middle, I have no answers for either. And I think it's going to be game here in a second. I just don't have the tools to deal with this. Rip. Not super surprising. Yeah. Alright, well, GG's the Scrambled Egg. He bounced me. Not super surprising. Let's go do tier list stuff. Scrambled Egg saying. GG, well played. Yeah, GG's, man. Okay. So, I'm going to stick Beastmen up in S tier. They don't really have a bad matchup in the game outside of Wood Elves, and maybe, Tomb Kings are pretty good against them, typically. But the fact that they only have a couple of bad matchups, and we can go take a look at the, you can come see the stats over here on Total Tavern. And, I mean, Beastmen, 60% win rate, and they're losing matchups right now, or Dowie, which I don't actually think is that bad. Just bring Razor Gore Chariots and run over the Dwarf front line. And Slayers are too slow to catch. So you can just kind of dominate Dwarves in that matchup if you bring Razor Gores. And then you have like a Manticore and Malagor in the sky. That's usually enough to deal with Gyros. Wood Elves are pretty unmanageable for Beastmen. Like I was saying earlier, the Wood Elves are arguably just as fast as Beastmen. Glade Riders are really cheap and a good answer to Centaurs. They've got Sisters of the Thorn. They're also pretty good at controlling the pace of engagements. And I don't know about Kislev. I haven't seen Kislev versus Beastmen all that much, but I'm a little surprised that the win rate is so low against Kislev, honestly, because I think that Beastmen actually have a decent number of tools to compromise missile lines. And I think that they can beat Griffin Legion and stuff like that. Just don't charge your Minotaurs into the Griffin Legion. And I think you've got a pretty good argument for them winning there. And Chaos Dowie, I can kind of see that. Magma Cannons, Death Shriek Rockets are pretty brutal. So, but 3 losing matchups and 1 that's pretty even, if not maybe even a little bit Beastman favored with the right tools, is pretty awesome, honestly. Cool. Answering another admin question. So yeah, I don't know. Anybody in chat have any particularly strong feelings about Beastmen being anywhere else on this tier list, because I don't think they're the best faction in the game right now. I think that there is one particular one that takes the cake for being better than all the others right now. But I do think that they're in... I think that putting them in S tier is the right call, just because with 24 factions in the game, and you have favorable matchups against 21 of them, I don't know what else you can say except that's an S tier faction there. Bretonia I'm not supremely familiar with. I don't have a lot of like data on them this season. Only got like 70-something games played. And they are struggling against quite a few, but Wood Elves are overrepresenting their loss rate. They don't do hot against Dowie, Tomb Kings, or Kislev. Kislev might be a little bit more even, just because Bretonia has better healing now that the Patriarchs don't have the passive heal ability. Daz's Brazier, or whatever it was. I can come and show that off real quick. Patriarchs, where are they? Here they are. They still have Saliak's Lullaby, which is pretty good. And they've got the Balalaika, which buffs stuff up pretty well. 5 melee attack and 5 melee defense is actually pretty decent, on top of the Encourage with the extra leadership that they give. So, you do still see Patriarchs every now and then, but they don't have the same heal potential as they used to, when you could just make a gigantic blob on a middle objective and just dominate the point. And that's something that Bretonia struggles to fight against. But, Bretonia has better melee lords. I mean, you can bring good old Lewin here. You don't even need to bring Beaquist. This is a better mount than the Hippogriff, but if you need to save 150 gold, that's a good option. But Lewin with the Lion Shield to mitigate missile fire, bring Beloved Son of Bretonia and the Ladies Champion. You can bring the Sword of Corone, but that's starting to get pretty pricey for him. You can do something like that, and then just bring a really chief Life Damsel who you can kind of hide in the back. You can bring her on the Warhorse. I mean, you don't really need this on your caster. If your caster gets caught, she's not going to be doing any fighting. She's going to get dumpstered with her really bad health pool. So, I don't know how bad their Kislev matchup really is. It's hard to say what matchups might just be overrepresented by good players beating newer players. It's only 2 matches. You know, it's very possible for that low of a sample to be a little bit misrepresentative. But Tomb Kings and Dowie beating up on Bretonia, I very much believe. Chaos Dwarves beating up on them, Wood Elves beating them, understandable. But they've got some good matchups against some decent factions. I mean, they beat Vampire Coast right now. I can very much understand that. I'm sure that Vampire Coast has some good tools to deal with a lot of their cavalry, and Necrofex Colossuses are probably one of the best tools against them. But you do have the bows, and Vampire Coast is low enough armor that the Peasant Bowmen can actually come in and do some decent work against a lot of the Vampire Coast targets. Did these guys get any extra? Oh man, the poison bows actually have extra AP, which is pretty good. You probably struggle the most against Vampire Coast with Depth Guard polearms, obviously. The Death Streak Terrorgeist is a little too expensive. You don't see that very often. But if you can get on Deck Gunners, which you do see pretty often against the, or you do see against Vampire Coast pretty often, then I think you've got a win in the bank pretty much. And Bretonia is really quick. you have access to a lot of pretty cheap horsemen. Mounted yeomen are really underrated. You see people starting to bring the bow variant of these guys pretty often. They've got some pretty good missile strength, especially against a low armor faction like the Vampire Counts. You've got some good chops there. So, Vampire Coast are, like, you know, decently high up here. They've got pretty favorable win rates against a lot of the cast. So, I don't really know where I'd put them. Probably in B. I don't think they're as bad as their current win rate is representing. They're just not super well played, and, you know, they, in the past, when they were getting played by a lot of the top players, they were doing a lot better. They even had one go-around where they were pretty much at the top. They were pretty unmanageable, but they got some nerfs, yeah, since 2023, since last year, where they were absolutely dominating the competition. And even here, you can see that Dwarves, Chaos Dwarves were pretty hard matchups for them back then, too. So yeah, I don't know. Having decent matchups against a lot of the other middle tier factions, and losing to some of the higher up tiered factions, in my opinion, kind of puts them where they're at, in my opinion. The middle of B would probably be the best spot for them to stick around at. Let me check the tournament real quick. What's going on with bracket? We've still got people playing, so we're just going to keep going with this. Chaos Dowry are a weird one. I mean, they're good, but the issue that they have is a lot of their really good tools are obscenely expensive. I mean, we're talking about... Let's go line them up here real quick. You've got the Veil Taurus Lord, who is amazing. I mean, absolutely incredible caster here. With a huge health pool, a pretty good heal. Get rid of Infernal Engineer, who's bringing that. You know, you've got good access to Lures of Magic. Death, Fire. Hashit is pretty good. Burning Wrath can absolutely destroy artillery pieces and other enemy skirmishers. And it's decent against infantry as well. Especially overcasted. And this guy can take advantage of the overcast, because even if he starts blowing himself up a few times, he just has this Chalice of Blood and Darkness, which can get him back up to full pretty quickly. Especially with the percentage-based healing on this massive health pool. I mean, 8,266 is more than Karl Franz and Chaos Dragon Lords. It's got good stats too. Not the best in the world, but they're pretty decent. He's got a little bit of a ranged attack. It's pretty haggard, but it does imbue Flammable, which kind of synergizes with a lot of their other tools. But like I said, they're really strong tools, get pretty pricey. Like, you've got Fire Glaives. Blunderbusses at 900 are pretty expensive for such a short range hand cannon piece. If they get jumped on, their melee stats don't really tell the full story here. They're not good in melee. They get run over. They don't have a lot of hit points. They're pretty weak in that regard. They'll get flattened by a good charge of just about anything. And you're really relying on breaking up a charge with the missile strength here. I mean, they hit really hard. And they'll flatten a unit with some concentrated fire. You see people try and synergize these guys with Zaytan. But Zaytan is absolute garbage. He's not good. I've never seen him pay off in a game. He would be a little better if he had access to the Great Taurus, but he's got the Lamassu and the Great Taurus here. Not being able to get on the Veil Taurus hurts him a lot, because he's got less health. The Lamassu is kind of mediocre. It's got low melee attack. It doesn't have AP. It does have the bound spells, which can do some good work, but nothing too special. They're not the best bound spells in the game. You only get one of each. The Withering and Enfeebling Foe aren't going to put in enough work to justify bringing him. And the Sadistic Snare, I mean, it's a 20-meter range. It does have 33 seconds of, like, duration on it. But that's relying on getting really close with this guy. And he's also not a caster. So then you're also spending money on a Demonsmith Sorcerer. He's not bad. Does have the Reforge, which is a passive heal that you can bring. You know, same access to magic as the Demonsmith Sorcerer, but at that point, you're just bringing the Bale Taurus character, because it's the best unit on this roster. Really expensive, just like, you know, all the other good stuff. Kadai Fireborn, Bull Centaurs, Infernal Guard are pretty good, and they're a lot better with the reductions in their cost. But, it can be kind of difficult to justify bringing out 1,000 gold infantry when you're putting so much into your Lord. I mean, we'll just cut them down to what you're going to typically see. Something along these lines, if you see a Deathcaster, he'll be a little bit cheaper if it's like Hashut. You'll probably just see Burning Wrath because it's so cost-effective. Fire, you'll see Burning Head and maybe Flaming Sword of Ruin. And then the Metal Caster has, you know, Searing Doom and Final Transmutation. Other Lord options, you've got Drazhoath. He can come on Cinder Breath, and he's got some cool items and abilities, but doesn't have a heal like the Sorcerer Prophet. So really the only other Lord you see pretty often is Astragoth. Cut him down and bring Hammer of Hashut. Killing Fire is okay. It's got a pretty good like range on its effect, but it's only 5 seconds. And that means you're relying on casting Burning Wrath and cascading Fire Cloak a lot, more than likely, to get effect out of it. So just cutting that is worth it. Not very good. Mechanical Overdrive, it's fine, but you really want to bring Astragoth as a more cheap option for your army. You know, and you're just overcasting Burning Wrath, popping Cascading Fire Cloak on units that need it, maybe using Firestorm. Hellhammer is cheesy, but it just doesn't do a lot of work, so you're rarely going to see that. And I don't know. Other options for them, you've got the trains, they're pretty fun. You've got the magma cannons, which are still good even after the nerfs they got. Death Shrieker rockets are pretty nice, and, you know, Hellbound costs a little extra, but against demons and a few other factions, having the Perfect Vigor, physical resist, and magical attacks can be helpful. So yeah, that's really about it that there is to say about the Chaos Dowie. Their infantry are pretty bad. Chaos Dowie warriors are decent in the stat department, but they don't have the magic resist, or spell resist, I should say, that the regular dwarf units do, which lets them down a lot because your opponent can bring like Melkoths, just because shadow magic is accessible to so many of the rosters in the game, and stuff like Melkoths, Flock of Doom. Really cheap chaff clearing spells are really effective against the Chaos Dowie forces. And outside of the Chaos Dowie infantry, you're relying on Orc Laborers and Hobgoblins who have awful leadership. And they just don't hold up very well. So if you get pushed off of an objective, it can be kind of hard to get back onto it. And that's kind of a death knell in Domination, in my opinion. But having said all that, if you play cleanly enough with them, then you can get some pretty good work done. So let's go over here. I don't know where I'd put them, but I don't think they don't fit in A. Maybe in the bottom of B, hovering around C tier, just because they get countered by quite a few factions. Any faction that has good magic is probably going to beat Chaos Dowie. And, you know, you can see what they struggle against. you know, greenskins, beat the crap out of them. And greenskins are a pretty bottom tier faction right now. They'll be better once they get tools in the new DLC, I'm sure. But ever since the Wurzak nerf, a lot of the top players have kind of dropped them. And even when they do come in and play, they just don't hit quite the same as they used to. But you see Azag and stuff like that. But, you know, Azag can only do so much. He's on the Wyvern, which gives him a nice HP pool. But he struggles in a lot of ways. So losing to a low-tier faction like this doesn't really spell very well for the Chaos Dowey. And then, you know, you can see here they get counterfired by all these other factions that have just better... here it is. They get counterfired pretty hard by other shooting factions. They struggle to deal with really good healing that stuff like Nurgle is. Okay. I'll advance the round. My bad, guys. Thanks, man. Okay. Alright. Let's jump in here. Talking with my opponent real quick. We're gonna jump in here. Invite. Alright, we're gonna be playing against Skaven. That's gonna be a fun matchup. I like playing Skaven as Khorne. I'll bring my boy. I'm gonna swap over while I'm making my build. Y'all can check out the tier list as it sits now and let me know what y'all think. Okay. Couple of these guys. Spawn are okay. They're a little expensive. Bloodshroom. They'll be nice in the opening. One of those. Could try that. I don't know if that's really worth it. Just a bit off to get those guys in the starting army. Bring some tools for backline pressure. Probably don't need to go super hard into those. These are a little more effective. More of them. What else do I need? Okay. What do I bring for 1150? It's probably too deep into those guys. Alright. I need to check what the maps are. I've made the damn tournament and I completely forgot what the options are. Yeah. We're going to ban Imperial Road, and we're going to end up on Black Ark. Black Ark's just a great map. Khorne does a pretty good job of playing on it, too, because you have so much mobility. I'm going to lean pretty heavily into that. See what I can make happen. Maybe I will bring another of those guys. Alright. Good luck, have fun. To my opponent. Welcome to all of those who are here. I appreciate y'all showing up. I hope y'all enjoy the games, and I'd love to get thoughts on this tier list here. This is what it looks like as of now. You know, Bretonia and Chaos Dowey, I don't have a ton of experience with personally, but these are my personal opinions about them. Chaos Dowey are top of C, bottom of B, probably. They just don't have the best tools in the world, as I've been talking about earlier. Okay. We're just waiting for Falling Star to ready up. We'll get back to talking about the Chaos Dowey a little bit. I don't really know how much more there is to say. They've got kind of crappy infantry outside of their most expensive options. They've got good shooting, but that shooting is really expensive, and they tend to get outfired by factions that have access to cheaper missile options, and especially against factions that can pressure their backline effectively. They don't do very well. Just because those ranged options tend to struggle in melee, they can hold their own until help arrives, but the help that's arriving is going to be like Bull Centaurs or Hobgoblins and the like. And Bull Centaurs are great against large targets, but against smaller, like DPS-oriented stuff like Furies and Wolf Rats rip Bull Centaurs apart. I mean, it's kind of unbelievable watching it in action, but it does happen. Whoops. Alright, I had to jump out of match here for a second and swap it to the right map. Let's be cheesy here. Okay.
You have been bested.
Okay. Where is Black Ark? All the way at the bottom. Here we go. Alright, now we're readied up. We're going to jump in here and get it done. Alright, now that we're readied up, swap you guys back over so you can actually see the damn game. And now we're going to get it going. Apologies for slowing it up a little bit. I forgot to change the map over to Black Ark like we're supposed to be playing on. But we're set now. We're ready to get this game kicked off and rolling. Alright, I don't know how I'm going to approach this. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. I've got a lot of tools to deal with ranged stuff if he does bring it, but Khorne just has a lot of really nice, cost-effective answers to what Skaven like to bring. So you can typically do pretty well against them. It's hard for Skaven to play effectively against Khorne. The demon rosters in general, I think, but they do have options, and they can perform really well in some scenarios. It's kind of laggy here, which is unfortunate. Okay, got the dual axes, flesh hounds here. We're gonna just persevere through the lag. It's gonna be a little annoying, but it is what it is. Let's bring one Marauder down there. These guys can chill here. Soul Grinder will stay here. It can choose where to support. Same with the Blood Shrine and the Spawn. So I actually like this. We're going to get really aggressive in the opening. And we're just going to full send it, basically. I brought a lot of stuff for the Vanguard. Just because they're so far forward on this map. I imagine Falling Star is going to lean into the same thing, though. I've got some Forsaken. They're going to come out. We're going to see how they do. I've found some success with them, just because they're so fast, and they clear Plague Monks pretty well. And, what else? Wolf Rats they do pretty good against. They kind of flatten them on the charge. They're good against all the other chaff as well. They suffer against shooting because they don't have the missiles, but if your opponent brings a bunch of gutter runners, the nice armor on these guys keeps them a little bit healthier. So, good luck. Have fun. Ready and smelling treason. Alright, we're kicking it off here. Hopefully it's not too laggy in the actual match. You guys come up here. Come up here. And what have we got going on? We've got a bunch of clan rats over here. We've got two Jezzails. There's 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So there's something hidden in here. I don't know where. Maybe a gutter runner or something. So we need to be aware of that. We also need to look out for purple Jezzail fire, because that'll be natty boobos. I don't want to get shot up by them. I'm going to save up for a bit. We're going to fight over the low ground objective a bunch. We're going to keep our Soul Grinder and our Shrine and Spawn tucked in against the terrain here. It's going to mitigate the Jezzail fire. If he wants to move up and shoot at these Marauders and dual weapons, that's not the worst thing in the world for me. I'm going to cap this. I could bring out some Furies. Furies and Hounds won't be bad here. He's bringing out Rat Ogres, which is a good call. Rat Ogres are very solid. I don't know what I'm going with first. I'm going to just get up on this objective first and foremost. I might hang on to a lot of my Vanguarded stuff to, like, ambush, because he's probably going to push me on my home objective, if I had to guess. I'm actually going to keep these guys back. I'm going to force him to shoot at the Marauders first. I can retreat off of that objective as well. We're going to threaten to overwhelm here. Get these guys farther forward. Spawn and the Shrine. Shrine and stuff are probably going to need to move forward and assist here. He's going really heavy into Rat Ogres, which are a good call. They're nice against a lot of the stuff on Khorne's roster. But I'm going to try and just overwhelm the Jezzails with, like, Furies, the Fleshhounds here, a bunch of different tools. Let's get on these guys real quick while they're vulnerable. The lag isn't great, but it is what it is. It happens. Jump on these guys. Oh, they're braced, so not really any point in trying to dive them right now. Starting to shoot at me here. He's leaving a bit of an avenue open for me. Alright, now I think is the time to start moving up here and getting aggressive. These guys are going to move back. They're going to come over here. I'm going to get some Furies out as well. They're going to fly in over the top. Start getting these Chaos Warhounds out, actually. They're going to be pretty nice to start diving in and dumpstering these Skaven infantry. He's got Poison Wind Globes moving up on this objective. Valkia needs to come over here and start getting active. Let's start juking with these guys. What's going on here? Let's kill these infantry. Jump in here, get these guys back. The rear charge is going to break these guys. He's got... Oh, he did bring Howling Warp Gale, which is a good call.
Sate my bloodlust!
He's got Natty Boobos here. We're getting in with the Fleshhounds a little bit, which is nice. Let's pull these guys back. Furies are going to go over here. These Fleshhounds, they're going to back up. We're going to get the hounds and stuff going in. Routing his infantry here. He's shooting down these hounds. That's okay. Let's go over there. Pull back. Pull back. Let's just pull back, actually. If he wants to shoot me, fine. Need to do something about the Poison Wind Globes back there. Man, this Furies got screwed, man. They got shot down. Let's pull back with the expensive stuff. I don't mind just playing back here, giving him garbage to shoot at for the most part. He's bringing out Doom Flayers. He's building up a huge value lead. Oh, man. I don't know how I get on top of all these missile pieces. It's a very favorable map for long-range fire when you can protect all this stuff. So I think I need to start making plays over on the objective down here. My infantry, they should be able to hold here. Blood Shrine will go in. Let's bring out some Marauders and Forsaken. Let's bring some Terror over there. We should be able to get on the Poison Wind Globes for free, pretty much. Let's bring another Warhound out. These Fleshhounds, they're going to get on top of the Poison Wind Globes. We're going to come over here. We're going to collapse on these guys. These guys are doing alright. Let's get on top of the Doom Flayers with the Hounds. They should do alright work there. Bringing the spawn back over. Why are these guys not collapsing in? Hello? That's unfortunate. Let's get the Soul Grinder out of here before it starts taking a ridiculous amount of damage. This thing's pretty important to keep alive.
We flee!
Give me glory!
Okay, we're killing their hounds. They can come in here. He's used a lot of the ammo on the Jezzails, and the lead he's got is nice. It's not overwhelming though. Let's pop, we're gonna pop Horn of Corn here. God, we gotta get this thing out of here, man. It's getting shot to pieces. Damn. Okay.
Swiftly!
If we can just nibble down all these clan rats. Get over here, start killing these guys. Valkyria's gonna go in there. We're collapsing on these clan rats here. Our hounds here, they're struggling a bit. There's quite a few answers to them. Damn, they're trapped up pretty bad. Yeah, they're gonna die there. That sucks. Let's bring stuff over here. We're gonna try and just win on points at this rate. Okay, he's going to drop Howling Warp Gale, and we're going to try and pull back here and avoid it. We've still got control of our back objective. The Soul Grinder has gotten beat up pretty bad, but it's still functional. It's alive. That's the most important thing. I'm going to bring Chaos Knights out soon. They should do pretty good. Valkyria, get buffed up here. Let's just drop a Slautner here real quick. Kill these Rat Ogres. Spawner doing okay. These guys are going to go in there. I'm hurting. He's going to have to unsummon all these Giselles once they run out of ammo. They're doing nice damage, which is not great for me, but I think I should be alright. Valkyria is doing some pretty good damage. She can beat up on Skrulk pretty well. We've broken these, whatchamacallits, the Rout Ogres coming in strong yet again. Run over these infantry. These Furies, they're just going to fall in there and run over these guys. Soul Grinder's back here firing a little bit of his ammo. And the Chaos Knights are imminent. Chaos Knights should be pretty good at controlling the engagement on the low ground here. Okay, don't get hit by this, please. Yeah, they did. That's okay, though. If we can kill Skrulk here, which is probably going to be easier to do than you might think, I actually think I win this match. Let's go beat him up. We're killing the Globadiers here. We can probably hold this objective with the Chaos Knights and just a handful of other units. Forsaken are starting to clear stuff out here. We've got some Marauders. They can go here. These Hounds. I'm actually going to use them to focus Skrulk down. They can pin him in, and they can really beat him up. Do some nice damage. It's almost out of ammo, which is good. Let's get over here. Valkyria can come support against that. The Soul Grinder is going to focus down Skrulk now. Alright, let's get these guys in here. Just dropped Rod of Corruption, that's fine. These guys don't take too much damage from that.
Yes!
We don't quite have that on the line. Breaking the position here. Just keep killing. Let's try and go kill these Giselles now, actually. We're going to collapse in the rear with Flesh Hounds. Ooh, he's got the Poison Wind Globes here. Doing a lot of damage to these units. But we've got Skrulk. He's panicked. He's not doing too well. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I just don't want him refunding the Giselles. I'd like to drop Horn of Corn over here. Because these sauced up guys are probably going to do some nice damage here.
Execute!
Let's bring another Hound out. We're going to try and run over those guys. Get on these guys, please. Let's pop Relentless Rage on the Shrine to keep it alive. Alright, we are pushing through to the Poison Wind Globes, finally. Please kill Skrulk. Chaos Knights are proving to be more than a match for dealing with all these crappy clan rats. These guys are still alive. We're nibbling on the Jazales, so he can't refund them, which is nice. Get on the Poison Wind, please. Chase the Rat Ogres with this guy. Y'all are going to go in here. Hey, it's alive. Let's just chase these guys off. We've compromised his missiles. He's not going to get refunds for those. That's nice. Let's bring out some infantry. I really need some marauders and the like. Need to make sure that these guys rout. These Poison Wind Globes, they're being annoying. I do not want them running around doing damage to me.
For the kill!
How are the Flesh Hounds doing? They're just on top of these Poison Wind Globediers. Doing some good damage. These Warplock Jazales, they're getting taken care of. We're still holding the bottom objective here. Let's use the really tattered hounds to chase. Please don't, like, shatter at the last second. That would really suck. Let's actually get the Furies out here, and they can chase down. This guy can go here. We're going to go over here. Just need to keep Valkia alive. And he no longer has any missiles to really threaten a lot of my stuff, which is good.
I knew it.
Look, I mean, I guess he's withdrawn. Okay. That was scary, honestly. Got a message request. Someone didn't show. Let's go message this guy. It's been more than 15 minutes. So the casual Hamza... Okay. I'm gonna need a minute to sort out adminning stuff. Okay. GG's to Falling Star. That was a pretty good game. It was sweaty as hell. Barely managed to survive all the missiles. Okay. Let's get in here and check what's going on with people. Port win, first and foremost, before I forget. E-tankers. Okay. We're giving a win here. This guy's opponent did not show up. Harrison, he was warp-galing the Furies and just stopping them from diving on top of the Jazales, mostly. I mean, he was shooting them down. He wasn't finishing them off, though, was the big thing. So, no. Score 2. Save. Oh, and report. Score reported. Let's go make sure that that shows up correctly. If it will be so kind as to actually save. Okay, cool. We're gonna go check its signups and see how people's points are looking. I don't want people to be out of luck with their reported scores. Still got games going on too, so I've got some time. What else is going on? Mulganor dropped. So, what? Does E-Tankers have his points? How many wins does he have now? He lost one. He just won one, he says, and his opponent dropped. He's got 1 point. Okay. Have your point for winning. Back end about drops. Is what it is. Okay, Tom's talking to him as well. Anything else going on here? I'm going to check in with this person that did not show up for their game, and then I might end up dropping them as well. SFT declaration, find your opponent. Where's Hamza? Oh, here the Jazales were shooting. They were shooting a little split. It would have been better if he had focus fired, but he was shooting the Soul Grinder early. Once I pulled that out of range, he was shooting at the Furies and some of the Flesh Hounds. And then I think he was also shooting at the Blood Shrine. I don't know how that Blood Shrine survived. They're decent. The Blood Shrines are decent, but they're annoying because they only have 60 leadership. They kind of rely on the Totem of Endless Bloodletting to give themselves a little more. I wish they just had 65. I mean, it would be a little better. These things crumble once they get down to about 1,000 health. And that's like a fourth of their remaining hit point pool, which is, you know, kind of haggard. But it is what it is. I have lots of ideas about what CA could do to make factions a little bit more balanced and increase the build diversity for a lot of them. But Khorne's in a decent place. Khorne is one of the fairer factions. Most of the stuff on your roster is usable. Not everything is good, but most of it is at least like an option that's on the table. You know what I mean? Oh, I do have to say that Khorne's Lords are dog shit. You've got Valkia and occasionally Scarbrand, and that's really about it, you know. Exalted Bloodthirster can be good occasionally, but Herald and the Chaos Lord and the Demon Prince, you're just throwing if you bring them more often than not. Like, there was a point in time where this guy was pretty good on the Blood Throne, but people have kind of figured out that you just need to shoot him with missiles, or hit him with stuff like Gaze of Nagash or Vindictive Glare. He just gets wrecked on that giant throne. He's such a big target. It's very unfortunate. I wish he had a little bit more survivability. I don't really know what you do about that, though. 5,500's not bad, but terrible combat stats doesn't do him any favors. Let's go make sure that the bracket's looking good. We might be advancing soon. Sorry for knocking stuff around. I'm trying to get organized here. Alright, we're advancing bracket. Oh, I gotta drop Hamza. Let's fix this real quick. Save. We're going to add these two guys to play against one another. Okay, Martinius. And who was it? Since I had to drop that guy. Martinius and Apostate are going to play one another. Isn't responding to prompts. Alright. Prepare for the bear. Okay, let's get it. Ready, ready. Can this not show as a buy, though, please? How does that work? I might need to adjust that at the end. What does it mean? Depth 3. What? Alright, we're figuring out a little bit more admin stuff. I've got one more thing to do before I can get this rolling. What's going on here? Okay. What the hell? Alright, we'll sort that later. Not gonna worry about it right now. Join our lobby. And we're going to be playing Bear, so that's going to be pretty interesting. I don't even know who he's playing right now. Guess we're going to be finding out here. Oh, he's playing Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings can be kind of hard for Corn. And it's, We're going to ban Glade. That'll give us some breathing room on the objectives, because Tomb Kings have nice shooting, and the last thing you want is to have them camped out on their back objective and absolutely shred you with Ushabti and stuff. Excuse me. Okay. I'm gonna swap it over for y'all to look at the tier list. Y'all tell me how it looks right now, and then what you think Dark Elves might end up looking like on a domination tier list. No, let's not do that. Let's bring some of these. Do this and this. These guys were pretty bad last time I brought them, so not so much interested in bringing them this time. I don't know about that unit. Probably gonna get wrecked by Shabtis. We're gonna full send it with a wild build, guys. I'm not gonna play this neat and easy. I'm getting experimental with the builds. I want to see what some of the less picked Cornate units can actually get done on the field. Shrine will be nice. These guys. Bring that. Korn's awkward arrangement of pricing for its units is really coming in full effect here. Okay, we're on Creeping Swamp. Prepare for the Bears ready. We're going to get this going. Alright. We're swapping back over, boys, so y'all can see what's going on.
Valkia the Bloody!
Let's get Valkia in a group. These guys. We're gonna chill here. This is actually a pretty good map for the Soul Grinder, actually. It's gonna be pretty useful. We've got nice Vanguard deployments. We can get really far forward, start doing some damage. Marauders are actually okay in this matchup because they do a good job of killing skellies. We just need to stay out of range of really scary shooting stuff, and I think we'll be okay. The thing that's probably going to mess me up is, what's his face? Cetra on his big old War Sphinx. Very capable of dumpstering an infantry line really quickly, which is a very scary situation to find yourself in. But I'm hoping that the Soul Grinder and Valkyrie are going to be able to do some good damage to him. And I think I can shut down any ranged play that starts coming out. I do have some throwing horsemen here. They can do some good damage against Ushabti and some of the other targets out on the field. And we're going to see what we can do. We've got some forests to play in. I'm going to capture the number 1 real quick and the number 3. And then we're probably going to push the middle and just rotate the hounds around to the number 3.
Valkia the Bloody!
We brought High Queen Khalida. No way. He's got Ushabti and Hekara warriors. Lots of skeleton spears. He's got a light priest. Let's go. I actually really love that pick. It's pretty fun. We'll see what they can do. Shems is pretty good now. It used to be kind of bad as a spell, but it's much better. And of course he has Net of Amontok for all the shooting. Does he? Where's his range? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12. He's got 1 Sepulchral Stalker. Ah, right there. There they are. Very annoying. Let's not let him just get that free value. That's pretty sneaky, though. Getting him all the way up there. Let's creep forward a little bit. The Soul Grinder technically outranges that guy. No, I didn't bring halberds this time. I absolutely refuse to bring halberds. We're seeing what we can do without them, and maybe in the future I'll just fold in and we'll bring them instead. Let's put a little pressure on High Queen Khalida here. Oh no! Oh, that didn't do too much damage. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, he's coming out here. He's going to cast Net. That's going to hurt. Damn. I knew the Sepulchral Stalkers are out here still, and I still fell for it. It's 10 more seconds, and the Cultist should help right here. He hasn't taken too much damage, which is pretty nice for me, actually. Let's get in there. Help him out. Let's push here. Get these guys here. Push forward. He's got Skeleton Horsemen out. It's a good call in. Let's go chase these guys a little bit. I'm gonna bring some more Marauders. Okay, should be able to do some decent damage to High Queen Khalida, and we're gonna like run in over here and just kind of stay safe. We're gonna move up. All of the Marauder Horsemen, let's pull these guys back. We're going to pull them in here where they can stay a little safer. The Cultist and Valkia are really not in a bad spot. I'm going to get Valkia back up in the air, though. Where should we cast this? This is Nikesh's... No, this is just regular ones, but whatever. We're going to cast it there anyways. Let's get Valkia up in the sky and go fly over the top and hit the Sepulchral Stalkers. We're going to land in here with these guys. Pull back a little bit. They actually did a decent amount of damage there. I need to pull these Marauders back. Is that Kefirgard? No, it's just regular Nehekara warriors. Come out here and do some damage.
Master, behold!
Valkia doing alright here. Let's pop this and get these guys fighting extra hard. We'll drop the summon there. I probably could have timed that a little better, but it's not going too bad for me. The Hounds of the Blood Hunt, they need to get out of that position. What is my opponent capping with? Probably more Sepulchral Stalkers would be my guess. We're going to charge in there and run over those guys. Is he paying attention here? Maybe. Valkia is getting beat up a little bit, which isn't ideal. But we're doing nice damage to the Eyes of the Desert. Let's actually fight Khalida. These guys are getting beat up a little bit. We're collapsing the pocket of Nehekara warriors here. That's pretty nice for us. We're going to charge in here on the side, actually. We're going to come up here. We're going to start trying to do some damage. Valkia doesn't mind the fight that she's in. It's actually pretty favorable. The Those guys have won the Bloodletters. We're going to come in here with the throwing axes and start getting some damage there. Let's go in here. Soul Grinder, going to drop on top of these guys. That's that's not a summon. That is the summon. Oh, and there they are. These guys are very, very annoying to deal with. Hopefully we can get our Relentless Rage ability up so that we can pop it on the Hounds of the Blood Hunt, and they can fight a little longer over here. They're getting pretty beat up, but they're holding decently, which isn't too bad for me. Let's get out of there. Oh, the chariots actually got on top there.
Valkia the Bloody!
Valkia, you're gonna pop this. Who's fleeing? I don't know why. Okay. What do I bring out next? More Minotaurs? I don't really think I need Minotaurs. I need to get these guys out of combat. I don't think I need to recommit into that fight. It's not going too well.
Yes!
Dealing with a lot of his stuff, but I'm having trouble staying on top of these Sepulchral Stalkers who are just being relentless, and the chariots are really annoying. Minotaurs are going to come out. We're going to see what we can do. We're kiting out a lot of damage on those guys. Let's get these guys out of here. We need to collapse in up here. We cannot get on top of these Sepulchral Stalkers right now. Desperately need to, though. You guys come over here. Okay, we're killing the Sepulchral Stalkers now. We're killing the Ushabti up here. Both of these units are about to go down, I'm sure. I'm really hoping that's the case. We're going to collapse in on these Nehekara warriors. We've got our Minotaurs finally killing these stupid chariots. We're going to move up into the middle area. We're going to hold this objective. That's skeleton warriors. You guys just hold there. Come up top there.
Incidental! It is my will!
More Sepulchral Stalkers in the middle are ripping me a new one. That sucks, but I think we can maybe start scrapping this back. We're not super down. We've got some decent enough answers out on the field. Shim's Burning Gaze is not doing a ton of damage either, which is nice. We're capping here. Let's get these warriors going to the side here. Let's start pushing some Bloodletters up to the middle. Let's try and not get all these guys killed. Dealing with enemies here. Minotaurs. We've got a nice number of them. Let's get out of there. Need the Minotaurs to push here. If we can get Kalita somehow, if we can snipe out Kalita, that's going to help a lot. We can start pressuring the middle and see if we can force the Sepulchral Stalkers to come out of hiding. I don't know where they're at right now. But I really don't want them doing anything too sneaky. He's got Nehekara Horsemen about to charge down the my Bloodletters. That's not great, but I'm gonna collapse in the back here. Should be able to do some nice damage there. There are the Sepulchral Stalkers. What does he have out? He's got a bunch of Skeleton Horsemen out now. Alright, we're gonna go and try and get on top of these Sepulchral Stalkers.
Taking action.
Maybe I can bait a fight against Kalita here. We are crushing these guys. Let's start pushing back up to the middle now.
For the kill.
That's fine. I've got Demon Shield. It'll do some nice work.
My strength.
Got a nice Sloupnir there. We're going to abandon the top position here. I don't really care to fight all of that stuff right now. We're going to charge these guys down, kill these. And we're just going to hound these guys to death. There's no way I'm letting my opponent get away with pulling these sepulchral stalkers out of combat. Just pop Horn of Corn here. Valkia is going to take the fight against Khalida. If she can't win, then I was never going to win. Let's recharge here. These guys are going to they're just going to charge those guys down. And I've got my hounds. Where are they going to go? They're going to go over here and fight too. Oh, he's got Screaming Skull Catapult. Let's see if I can do some cheesy stuff here. Khalida escaped, which isn't ideal, but I think we did kill the sepulchral stalkers. We're doing some good damage here.
Execute!
Just need to focus on killing those guys. Shem's Burning Gaze coming in again. Not doing a lot of damage, thankfully. He's very interested in going after my hounds, who are threatening.
Sate my bloodlust!
Okay, Valkia, come over there. Yes! Kill these Ushabti, please.
Yes.
Yeah, Valkia. Let's go chase those guys down, just cuz. I'm gonna bring out more Bloodletters. He's starting to lose a lot of steam here. I'm thinking that this is gonna be the point at which we can start really pulling this lead here.
Shield Maiden!
Send Valkia down there. We've got the Bloodletters. He can keep shooting all this stuff down. I think it's almost triple cap territory, but we are threatening a lot of the objectives. You guys come over here. Just keep going. Just keep going. Land in and start killing those guys. These Minotaurs have been champions, man. They have done a really good job of not dying and being very annoying. All right, we're gonna start corralling those guys. We're gonna take this objective. Khalida is running for her freaking life. He's running over my Bloodletters out here. But Bloodletters aren't terrible against Nahakar Horsemen and the like. They can actually do some okay damage. And if I just chase his Skeleton Horsemen off the map, I'm going to take number 3, I'm going to get the triple cap, and I'm going to be able to start doing something here.
You have the foe's victory point.
Let's move these Bloodletters out of here. Marauders can hold here. These Bloodletters are going to stay here. We're going to rotate down to the number 1. We're going to get over here. Start doing stuff. Come on. Khalida, fine. Just do whatever you want. What do I bring out next? I think a Blood Shrine's actually a good call. You shop tier here. That's fine. It's so close. I'm not doing the math. If I cannot win on a double cap, it is what it is. Let's pull over here. He's just kiting into the trees. I can cut him off here. Okay, we're gonna collapse there. That's a decent net. We're still gonna get over here. We're gonna pop Relentless Rage on these Bloodletters to keep them fighting longer. Always a good call. Always keep your guys going as long as they possibly can.
Fury of course.
See if we can get High Queen Khalida with the Soul Burn here. We're gonna come on. Go. This is our time, boys. Another Marauder Horseman. Come on, kill Khalida, please. I'm begging you.
We flee!
We can kill Khalida, we can kill the Ushabti. We're losing these guys, but that's okay. We've got the answers to all these horsemen that are trying to pressure. He's got more Nahakara horsemen coming out. I'm gonna bring out some flesh hounds to counter those guys. And we've got these Marauder horsemen here throwing their axes at the Ushabti. Just kill those Ushabti. Just keep chasing here. Flesh hounds are coming out. We're gonna collapse. God, man, this is messy. This is messy. Let's get the Furies over there. These guys are doing all right. Soul Grinder has been pretty good. It's very underrated. I fully believe that it is a good unit on this roster. He's barely holding on to this. Need to do some housekeeping there. Oh my god.
Unending glory is yours.
Jesus. Okay. We barely squeaked out a win there. Not 100% sure how. Soul Grinder did alright. Valkia did really well. Cultists did okay. Marauders, they got trashed, but Bloodletters did nice too. Okay. Sick. Okay. GG, well played. Let's go report our score real quick. 1-0. Corn, Tomb... No, not Wood Elves. Tomb Kings. Boop, boop. What's the bracket looking like? There's 2 games being played still. Martin beat Apostate. Bear saying it's a hard match. It's a coin flip matchup. Hell yeah. Can I just do that? Is that gonna make it work? Doing admin stuff, seeing if we can get things looking nicely. There we go, okay. Martin's still in. We've got 3 games going. Alright guys, let's get back to the tier list real quick. Dark Elves are pretty good. They go in front of Bretonia, but I think they are a B tier faction. They've got some incredibly strong Lord options. Yeah, I agree that Ushabti and Sphinx changes were pretty great for the Tomb Kings. They perform a lot better against Khorne overall now. But, yeah, Dark Elves have tons of AP. They've got some armor. They're not the most heavily armored faction, but they have a decent spread of it across the roster. Let's go take a look at the Dark Elf roster. Boop. Boop. So yeah, they've got pretty cheap armored infantry with the Black Ark Corsairs. The Hambos are really nice to kite. Yeah, I mean, I hear you about Dark Elves losing to Bretonians, but I'm just talking about sorting them as on a factional basis as a whole. I think that with the tools that Dark Elves have, I mean, do you really think that they're not better than Bretonia overall? I mean, I guess they do have a pretty bad win rate right now. Bretonia does have a superior win rate. Dang, man, they get dumpstered by everything. Okay, I'm hearing what you're saying, Harrison. I shouldn't have doubted you. Let's go back here and take a look. Maybe they're a C-tier faction then. Why aren't they as good? They got huge, like, Lord, cost reductions. So why do you think it is that they're, not doing so hot? And they've got all these AP missiles. They've got good Lord options. On paper, they look like they're a B tier faction, but looking at their win rates, I see what you're talking about. Can do. I'm gonna go fix something real quick for somebody. They reported their game wrong. I can't show you the back end magic. Shaper of Fate. Boop, boop. Flip that. I don't think I can change the matchup thing. I remember seeing some of your replays that you sent me, Harrison, so I guess you would know better than anybody else. So, do you think C tier is appropriate for them, or do you think that they're just so bad that they belong in D? Because I can't really think of a single faction being so bad that they belong down there. Oh, really? The Medusas carried that hard? I mean, I know they were crazy, and I've played some wild games against Medusas before and been dumpstered by them, but I didn't know they carried them that hard. Okay. Low C for Dark Elves. Chaos Dowey above them. I don't know where to put Chaos Dowey. I'm going to keep them in C. I think they're like the top or the lower end of B, though. Dowey are an A-tier faction, I think. All the replays that I've seen of them is that they're just so durable, and if they get on objectives and stay on them, they just win eventually. They just grind you into oblivion. Slayers come out, they can sit and counter large targets that want to fight on a point, and then you just bring shooting against everything else and just outlast stuff. Dowey do lose some of their matchups, but they play pretty evenly against most everything. I mean, Nurgle and Slaanesh being the worst matchups that they have. Hold on, let me go back to it. There we go. Alright, I mean, losing to Slaanesh makes sense. Tzeentch, Nurgle, and Slaanesh all being bad matchups. Skaven, too. Skaven just have better shooting that can just trash Dowey infantry in no time flat before they even get up to a point. And Vampire Coast and Khorne being even, as well as a Lizardman matchup, makes sense. Beastman is borderline. I really do believe that with the recent patch to the way that chariots work, that AP chariots are insane. I mean, Razor Gores and Gorby's chariot. Gorby's chariot being good now, low key, is kind of shocking, and you don't see him too often. But I saw Berserk play a game where he brought him against Dowey, and they flattened everything. And I've played a few matches on ladder against Dowey where the Gorby's chariots can just absolutely take over a game. Alright, let's go take a look at the bracket and make sure that we're not holding this up. Think it's time to advance. No, there's still one more game. Solasaur and Leech Lord. I assume they're playing. I'm going to check in with them in a minute. Okay. Alright, back to the tier list. So yeah, I mean, Dowey being an A tier is nice. I think that's a good spot for them. They have a lot of really favorable matchups. They have a pretty versatile roster despite their lack of speed, because they just have such good range that they can cover up a lot of those issues. Okay, cool. We're about to advance bracket, but just to finish off with the Dowey, Like I said, they cover up a lot of their speed issues with the range that they have access to. So A tier for the Dowie, and yeah. Executioners, I have never seen Executioners do anything, man. They are a terrible AP great weapon unit. I don't know what it is about them. Alright, are we done? Yeah, okay, advancing bracket. Next round is up. Let's go. Yeah, I agree on the kite being good for Dark Elves against some folks. It's kind of... Molganard contacting me now. Like, are you talking about handbow kite, Harrison? Because that's what I've seen work the best. And having, like, a Scourge Runner to back that up to shoot big targets seems to work decently well. Solasora is my opponent. Let's go find them. We're going to go back to here. Oh, Demons of Chaos suffer against Kite. they either get in on you and they just wreck you because they've got so many like wild out-of-pocket units, or you have a range advantage over them and their lack of armor just absolutely ruins their day. Solasora. Message. Contacting my opponent. We're going to get this rolling real quick. Oh, I've played the Dark Elf and Khorne matchup. It's rough sometimes, man. Skull Cannons do pretty well against Dark Elves just because they counterfire the Repeater Crossbow Cavalry pretty well. But if your Skull Cannon can't get its value or doesn't have targets, you can kind of end up in a bad situation because Black Art Corsairs are so much cheaper than a lot of your infantry, and the counterfire is good enough to keep Marauder Horsemen off of the Corsairs that you can end up in a really bad spot. It's happened to me several times. I'm figuring it out, but I think that Dark Elves have an okay matchup against Khorne. A double Chaos Knight is probably a good call. I mean, having the shields of any kind against all that AP is really good. We've got somebody who I've never played before and who I've never seen play, and they're doing really well, so it's going to be an exciting match. I mean, they got 3 wins. Damn. Okay. Let's go. This has been a really good tournament so far. I'm excited to see how this one shakes out. Who's top of bracket? You. What are the maps? Last round, Celestial Lake, Decrepit Moor, and Edge of the Darkwood. Ooh, Edge of the Darkwood, man. Underrated map. Love to see it. If I get an option, that's what we're going to be playing on. Furies are crazy good against Colwyn Spear Riders. That was kind of a shock to learn. But I guess it makes sense with them being small targets, and they just have so much weapon strength for what doesn't really look like something that you would want to charge into an armored cavalry unit. But it's pretty impressive, the kind of stuff Furies can do. Alright, my opponent is checking the maps right now. I'm going to flip back over. What about Demons of Chaos, fellas? I think they're a B-tier faction. They've got a ton of variety. Yeah, Furies being a little less busted is good. But, speaking of a faction that has access to Furies, how about having the option of bringing any and all flavors of the rainbow? Demons of Chaos, they can bring just about everything. Their lack of armor is probably what lets them down the most. And for a faction that has access to a lot of fast units, it can be hard to field enough to challenge some of the, like, higher tier quick factions. Taking a minute to respond to somebody IRL. Okay. We're back. My opponent's still looking at the maps and figuring stuff out. And we're going to keep on with the tier list. I mean, I think they're better than Bretonia, certainly. Let's go look at the win rates for these guys, actually. Because I know they don't have a great win rate, but I played against Outer Region the other day. I watched him play them. Yeah, I mean, that's what I think, too. I mean, Outer Region made them look like a borderline oppressive faction. But I think in the hands of just, like, you know, your average everyday player who isn't as good as Outer Region like me, I would say that they're probably a B-tier faction. Like, they're probably in the upper, like, edge of it just because they can bring answers for almost every matchup. But, you know, like I said, the lack of armor is a big hindrance to their ability to really get in there against some of their counter factions. I mean, Wood Elves just auto-win against Demons of Chaos, for example. Vampire Coast, they do okay against demons. It depends on how good the opponent is, but, I mean, you can see here that they beat them pretty securely in the few games that have been played. Losing to Beastmen is kind of wild, but Ungor Raiders are so cheap and just have so much fire that they can just absolutely smack them down. Band Decrepit Moor. I can host. We're going to jump in here. We're inviting our opponent for a tea party. We're going to see what happens from there. Alright, we are well, no, we're going to keep it off so that I can build my army in peace. And then I'll swap it back over to full view once we get there, so y'all can see the game going on. Yeah, there's a tier list. It's a work in progress. I might stay on a little bit after just to talk through the rest of it. I don't envision that I'll be able to finish it before the tournament is over, but I just thought it would be something to let y'all have a look at and give y'all a little bit of like a brain teaser, so to speak. Oh yeah, we already experienced hell at the hands of Slaanesh last time doing this build, so we're going to mix it up a little bit. We're going to do this. Maybe those guys wouldn't be bad. One of these guys will be nice, and that's actually what I want to go with. Okay. This is looking nice. Man, I think I just max out on these. I don't know what else I should bring. Honestly, not the worst counter for Slaanesh with what I've got, I think. Okay. Are we really gonna go to Edge of the Darkwood against the against Slaanesh? I think it's better than Celestial Lake because I have a home objective that I can defend. That'll be a little bit easier, I think. So let's do Edge of Darkwood. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. Alright, I'm back. Listening to my freaking haggard-ass fan through my headphones on the stream. This is the only thing keeping me alive and stopping me from collapsing from heat exhaustion. It's so freaking hot up here. Okay. Yeah, minos are an absolute necessity now that themes are good. But I'm bringing something a little different. That's how I play. I don't bring anything normal, hardly. I just like to mix it up. We'll see if it works. It may not. I might get tossed. I'm in Michigan. It's better now, but like the height of summer was insane. It was so brutal. It was raining all the time. It was like 90 degrees. And the humidity reminded me of being in Alabama. That's where I'm from. And it wasn't that different, and it's miserable. Like, wet heat is the worst. I would rather be in dry heat. Exalted Demonettes, you'll see. You'll see. We're we're gonna make it happen against Exalted Demonettes. Truthfully, Harrison, what you do against Exalted Demonettes is just cast Sleipnir on them. Sleipnir quite literally will one-shot Exalted Demonettes. But I do also have a few other options to do some stuff against them. They update the map? It looks a little different. What the hell? Maybe it's just like the time of day. Look at this shit. There's some Tzeentchian treachery going on in the forest over here. That's some ominous-ass fog. Good lord.
Slaughter personified!
It begins! Cultist of the Blood God!
Okay. Let's do this. Forming just a big line here. I'm gonna jump out and capture our home objective real quick. I finally brought a halberd for you, Harrison. You've been on me about it, and I'm gonna bring one in this matchup. I actually think they're okay against Slaanesh. They can struggle a little bit at times, but I think I can protect it well enough with what I've brought. Okay.
Valkyria the Bloody!
For orders of call! Bring me sacrifices!
Okay, the
Chaos Warriors!
cultist and the halberd, they're just literally gonna go sit on the middle objective and never move again. The halberds will be able to protect him from any big stuff that's trying to dive on him, and they can fight Seekers okay, even if they do get side charged. Might actually turn them into more of a box.
Valkyria the Bloody!
Let's go, boys. Jump in here. Yeah, there's horsemen. Bringers of Beguilement. Oh, shocker. We've got Azazel without the Demon Blade, which is nice. That Discourage effect is actually pretty brutal on him. This is a pretty standard Tzeentch build. I've seen this so many freaking times. I'm not going to let him just get a leg up on me, though.
Going!
Come on, shoot. That's a pretty good kite there. Nice, nice.
Valkyria the Bloody!
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Of course.
It is done!
There we go. Skull Cannon just shooting nothing. You hate to see it. It happens all the freaking time. Let's get up there. These guys can go in here. I'm not going to let them just get free value here. Just don't want anything to get super rampaged. That's going to hit. Yes! Nice. Okay. I'm going to chase these guys. We're going to come over here. Don't let them get any value against this. He wants to dive this Skull Cannon, So we're gonna drive it into the halberds. You wanna land here? Let's land Valkia. See if he comes to ground. And get over here. He did land! Oh, you fool. You absolute fool. Get him, get him. I don't want to fight these cultists, so we're gonna come in here. Let's actually just kite these guys away. I don't want to fight them right now. Let's get out of here. Okay, we're pushing Azazel into Oblivion right now, which is kind of funny. We're gonna shoot there because they're really bunched up. Okay, got a few kills there. Collapse in, trap him up. Yes! Okay. Azazel is getting handled right now. Can we do it? Can we do it? Come on. Oh yeah, that's a fat Sloupnir right there. Collapse in there. Turn the cannon to shoot there. Go, go. Come on. Give me options here. Let's bring more Minotaurs. The Exalted Demonists are proving to be a little problematic. Why? How are we not winning this fight as handily as we should be? Come on, get in there and stop him from escaping, please. Let's get out of there. Oh my goodness. Exalted Demonists, bro. You were right. I made a mistake. Let's get some, whatchamacallits out here. Okay, there we go. Now we're starting to kill all this stuff. Just keep beating the crap out of all these units. Should be able to flatten here. Let's get in here with Valkia. I think we can chase down Azazel even if he does get up in the sky at this point. Just shoot those guys. Need to get some more flesh hounds out here, man. Almost got this up. Valkia, you're gonna hold here. Jeez, dude. Freaking Slanesh. It's crazy, crazy, crazy. Some Seekers are coming out. We're gonna use the summon here. Furies die. The Bringers of Beguilement are being really annoying. Get out of here. Soul Grinder is doing okay. We did catch those guys. Let's just pop this here so that they win extra hard. Oh my god, dude. Valkia, please! Don't let this happen to you. Timing Sloupnir. Okay, that did some good damage. We're just trying to get it to happen here. More Flesh Hounds. I mean, a lot of this stuff is like summons. It's not real value on the field so much. Good lord, man. Just push back into my spawn point. I cannot even get out. Oh my god, dude. No! Dude, these cultists have been absolutely destroying me this whole game. Yeah. Slanesh moment here, guys.
Cultist of the Blood God.
No, the enemy has slain.
Just killed Valkia. Wow. Okay. That's it. That's brutal. Dang. Damn, dude. Okay, well, I don't know what happened there, quite honestly. I'm not sure how I got I mean, I guess it was just Exalted Demonettes, man. I mean, look at the value on those freaking Demonettes. 1,200. I did not have the answers to them. I thought I did. He just brought so many of them I couldn't counter. The Hounds of Bloodhunt did nothing, dude. What the hell? Skull Cannon was haggard, I guess. Infantry got no value. All of them were an absolute drag on me. Alright, well, there we go. We're going to end off at 2-2 for the day, which is unfortunate, but that's the way it goes sometimes. Hmm. 1-0. Alright. Back to the tier list, boys. Alright, so this is what it's looking like now. It's pretty well established, I think. If I knew that build was coming... Oh, man, let's go... Okay, we'll go back to the drawing board and talk about how to counter that build, maybe. If I knew it was coming... Let's dump that. I mean, Valkia is just so good. Sleipnir is really good against Exalted Demonettes. Lots of Bloodletters. And those guys. Soul Grinder is really good. You might think that it would be bad, but it isn't. I would probably just put a Blood Shrine in for the extra melee attack, healing, and it's pretty good at running over Exalted Demonettes. Really don't know. I mean, maybe Chaos Chariots would be a good idea. Bloodletters trade up into Exalted Demonettes. Azazel is a counter to Valkia, but Sleipnir is so good. I think it is needed to help against the Exalted Demonettes. And, I mean, I don't really know what an Exalted Bloodthirster is going to do against Azazel that's so different from what Valkia does. I mean, if your opponent sees the Exalted Bloodthirster, he's never going to engage with Azazel in that fight. And then he'll just pavane this guy into being overextended. And then what ends up happening is you just get Javelin down. Chaos Lord? Maybe? What is the Chaos Lord gonna do though? Like, is he just gonna be on foot and just be stupid cheap? I mean, I guess I could maybe see this working. Icon of Endless War is pretty good. Exalted Bloodletter in the back. Blood Crusher. It's cheesy. It would never work. Spawn, they would be okay. But lots of Flesh Hounds. Furies are a necessity. Chaos Warriors, I don't know, man. Keep him on foot with a Goon Squad? Yeah, I guess a Goon Squad would work pretty well with him. Alright, so let's build around that. Let's see what would work. Okay, he needs the Icon of Endless War for extra leadership. Cultists with the gate. we will bring a skull cannon because I'm insisting. Chaos Knights get beat by everything, unfortunately, in that matchup. Something like this, maybe. Yeah? I don't know, maybe something like this. I mean, the scary thing about Slaanesh is that they're so much faster than you, and the AP they have counters your armored infantry so capably. You can't really rely on what you typically would bring. One throwing axe, two throwing axe. They're fast, they can beat down infantry decently. Chaos heroes instead of cultists. Anti-infantry minos. Okay. They've got the heal too. Okay, I think I'm seeing what you're saying. Minos, they would be pretty good. I do agree with you on that. You need something to do against the horsemen. You just can't let them throw at you for free. It's just absolute misery if they get to, like, rack up as much value as they can against you. Maybe unbreakable Brutes of the Hound. I don't know, man. I mean, I actually think there's some teeth to this build. I mean, the Exalted Heroes are pretty solid for what they do. Why is he missing a point? Hold on, I gotta go. I'm going back to look at admin stuff real quick. Rip top 4. Soul Sword is really good, man. Holy crap. Okay. Shaper of Fate. Who's he played? Blah blah. Yeah, I mean, I gave him his win there. Win. Loss. Win. Okay, so 3 wins. So how is he missing a point? What the hell? I don't get it. Alright. Total Tavern, please. Alright, I did change the score here, so maybe it's just not tabulating this properly. It says it's fine. That doesn't make any sense, man. Refresh brackets. See if that makes a difference. So he's got 3 wins. He reported one of his games wrong, and I changed it. So it's showing that he has 2 Swiss points, but he should have 3. So I'm probably just going to have to end up giving him 1 in the actual back end. It's the only thing that I can think to do right now. No clue why it's being this way. Sight is haggard on occasion. Shine for Horsemen? Maybe. I just love skull cannons, man. What can I say? I'm a skull cannon fiend. I'll bring him any day of the week and try and make it happen. What about this little guy on foot? Bring Locust of Wrath and just super buff everything. Dude. Alright, I'm just going to give him an extra Swiss point, and that's just going to have to be it. It might mess with some other stuff, which would be really unfortunate, but I don't know why it's not showing him as having the proper number of wins for the tournament. I mean, the only thing that it can be is something is not, like, tabulating properly on the back end for the match that he reported wrong. And the Skull Cannon was doing okay. It's just, it gets its value so slowly. But they can stick on the field for an obscene amount of time, and they're good against any kind of cavalry. So I think that might work. Maybe the Minotaurs can beat down the characters. Oh, I miss my Soul Grinder. But there we go. Maybe something like this. Okay, guys. I think we finally got everything sorted out. It's looking like the bracket is relatively stabilized at this point. At the very least, it seems like people actually have the points they're supposed to have. So, we're loving life here. We're living with it. Maybe we can go back to talking about the tier list before we get to the semis. Okay, we got a couple of matches still going, so we'll take a quick minute. We'll talk about Grand Cathay. I mean, I think they're a B-tier faction. I mean, better than Bretonia. They've got some good matchups. They don't push very well. They don't have any like infantry that can like deal damage. You know, Jade Warriors and even Celestial Dragon Guard are really just meant for holding. They don't really do anything all that special. They do have really good ranged, though. They have decently strong lords. And let's see. I don't know. I'm gonna go take a look at the roster real quick, and then I'll get back to y'all on how I'm feeling about them. Because, I mean, Grand Cathay has some good stuff on paper and doesn't have a lot of build diversity, unfortunately, because a lot of their stuff is pretty slanted in terms of cost. That's kind of the gripe I have with a lot of the factions in the game, is that you're kind of disincentivized to bring a bunch of different things, just because of the price points. like, Dark Age Rush probably plays the most unique Grand Cathay builds, and he usually will bring something like the Shugengan Lord with, what, Yang? No, actually, yeah, Lore of Yang with Dragon Breath and Might of Heaven and Earth. Jade Amulet's really good. We've got some good, like, passives. You can bring him on the Warhorse or the Longma, or you can bring the Celestial General, who's got the Celestial Sweep, which is hilarious. Also has Brass Cleaver, and you put him on the Warhorse. Really cheap, and can just, like, roll around and buff stuff up. Yeah, no, they really need new infantry. They really are pretty, like, boring. They don't have a lot going on for them. Crowmen are pretty good. You can bring the Nangrao Grenade variant, the ROR. Bring some Jade Lancers, they're pretty nice. Like a Peasant Horseman to go out there. Maybe get a nice charge or two, trade effectively. Bring a bunch of Jade Warriors, maybe like one Halberd. You can bring Iron Hell Gunners, or Crane Gunners, or Jade Warrior Crossbows, just depending on the matchup. That usually works pretty well. Or you can do it, like I said, Dark Age Rush usually doesn't bring any of that and just goes really heavy into infantry. And then a bunch of Crowmen, maybe a Sky Junk, and just flies overhead and terrorizes you. It doesn't give you any opportunities to like get free value. And then flies in with the Celestial Lion to use Fearsome Roar to debuff everything. Let me show y'all. This is one of the more unique builds that I've seen come out of Grand Cathay, but they really just don't have anything too crazy. And don't do anything super unique either, which is a little bit of a shame, because I feel like thematically they could have some really cool stuff going on, but as it stands, I mean, they're just like an Eastern flavored empire with dragons as lords, which is pretty cool. And I know that in the lore, they're very different. Like, they've got some really cool stuff going on. I just wish that the game, they just need a DLC. They need some stuff to actually, like, get a little bit of variety going for them. Because as it stands, you either see, like, a big bow line, or, you know, a crane gunner line, and then a bunch of Jade Warriors. With some Crowmen to give some Yin and Harmony synergies. And either a Dragon Lord or the Dragon-Blooded Shugengan Lord. And that's about it. It works against a lot of stuff, but in their bad matchups, against stuff that can remove Jade Infantry effectively, they tend to struggle pretty hard. So I think keeping them in the middle of B is actually a pretty appropriate spot for them. Are we done? One more game being played, and then we'll advance to semis. I will be casting semis and grands. Stick around for it if you want. I think they're going to be pretty good games. I'm curious to see if Solisora wins the tournament, because, good God, did they run over some of the best players in the bracket, honestly. Not me, notwithstanding. I'm garbage. Don't listen to the leaderboard. Alright. Greenskins are in a really bad spot right now. I mean, I don't think they're complete trash. I don't think I could put any faction in D tier in good conscience. But the bottom of C for Greenskins right now seems pretty appropriate considering the state that they're in. They really just... They lost their access to, like, the global Bonewood Staff Law when Wurzag got nerfed, and now it's just in a teeny little aura around him, which, in some circumstances can do good work. And it is nice to see that Greenskins can't just over rely on one particular strategy. But I don't know. I mean, none of the other lords really got anything special. Azag is probably the most reliable lord at this point. He's got some stuff that can buff in a radius around him. He's got some decent items. Saga Slashes does a pretty good job of buffing in an aura. He's got Get On With It. I mean, those two alone give 12 leadership to any greenskin units. So you can go and hover over like some Savage Orcs who have Frenzy up and just absolutely shred something. You think bad players are playing them right now? I mean, I guess I can see where you're coming from. I don't know, man. I mean, what was their win rate last season? I didn't play nearly as much then. And they're still kind of down here, not really doing anything too special. And they're way up here in, like, top 5. But this is before the nerf, what I'm showing you right now. And then the second they get nerfed, they fall off pretty freaking hard. I know a lot of people who are really good players did drop them. But maybe we'll move them up to the bottom of B or the top of C to allow for skill expression. But I just don't know how much juice greenskins really have. They're going to be better after the DLC, probably. I mean, the things that greenskins struggle against is chaff clearing and the ability to counter missile lines. They really don't love fighting against other wide factions. If they can't kill all your stuff, they will eventually just get ground down into the dirt. Alright, we're going to advance Swiss. We're going to stop talking about greenskins for a moment, because we're going to swap back, and we're going to cast semis. Okay. Oh, damn. No. We're going to advance top 4. Whoops. Sign-ups, we've got Suarv, Solasora, Scrambled Egg, and Azek Aramon for our top 4 players. Oh yeah, I'm streaming semis and finals. I don't know who I'm going to cast. I need to go take a look at what the top 4 bracket looks like right now. I'm going to cast Suarv and Scrambled Egg Special, so I'm going to go talk to them real quick. Squig themed DLC? That would be pretty sick. I would love to see it. Getting the colossal cave squig or whatever it is would be pretty funny. I don't know what that unit is even going to look like in like actual practice. I imagine it's going to be a little bit. I mean, it would probably end up like a lot of big monsters in this game, where it's a fun unit and it's not necessarily the most competitive thing. But I really don't mind that. I play around with builds a lot. It ends up with me getting bounced sometimes, but it is what it is. It's more interesting to me to try and bring fun stuff and see if I can make it work than to just bring, you know, the pinpoint meta stuff that each faction has. Alright, Scrambled Egg is going to be making us a spec slot. I'm pinging everybody so that everybody knows not to play the final round that is accidentally up right now. Alright. Leaderboard matchup may be funky. What? Oh man, okay. Give me a minute. Guys, I'm gonna try and get this sorted out. Tournament chat, oh my god. Pinging in the wrong thing too. Okay, that's sorted out. What is going on here, man? Tournament chats. Upload screenshots. Try and fix this. Alright, I'm sorry for the confusion and the hang-up right now, guys. We're trying to figure out what's going on with the website. I advanced the Swiss on accident, and people are saying that they're getting different top fours, which is very interesting. I don't know what's going on, but I'm trying to get it sorted out now. And I will definitely be speccing into one of these matches for y'all to see. Okay, never mind. We're figuring it out. Where's Suarve? Come on. Here you are. Alright guys, the idea is we're going to be casting Suarve and Scrambled Egg for the for one of the semis matches, and then I'll be casting potentially all three games for Grand Finals. It's going to be different from the rest of the tournament, which was SFT. That it's going to be 3x3 Matrix for the Grand Finals. I just think it's more fair for the players at the end of the day to get an opportunity to prove their skill in a best of 3 for all their business. Oh man, okay. We might not be doing Sawarv and Scrambled Egg because I'm not getting any word back from Sawarv on a spec slot, so we might be doing Solisara and Ajak Aramon instead. Alright, while I'm getting this sorted out, I'm going to switch us back to talking about the tier list, just so that we're not all suffering, waiting for something to happen. Kislev, S tier, that's pretty easy. They have a few bad matchups now, and, you know, getting the nerf on the Patriarch healing was kind of huge for making them a little bit more manageable in a lot of matchups. So I don't think they're as oppressive as they used to be. I mean, Kislev for a long time now has been the best faction in the game. It's been pretty brutal. Sweet. Okay. Alright, we finally have word on who we're spectating. It is going to be Swarv and Scrambled Egg. Spectators. No, get me off the team. Okay. What the hell? Alright, we're trying to messaging opponents real quick. Trying to get this sorted out. I don't know why it's putting me on Sawarv's team right now. Hello? Multiplayer battles. It won't let me spectate. What is going on? Spectate. No. Multiplayer. Battles. What is going on, man? I think I'm just going to have to get replays for semis, and I'll cast them then. And we can talk about the tier list in the meantime. I'm sorry to have it be so chaotic here at the end. And then while grand finals are being played, I can just let the players do grand finals, and I'll cast the semis matches in the meantime. Oh, okay. Hell yeah. Alright, I think we finally got it sorted. I love CA's ability to make a workable system. It's absolutely amazing. I have no idea why it's so difficult to get the lobbies in a workable state for them, but whatever. We'll persevere through it. We're gonna be spectating Sawar versus Scrambled Egg finally. We're not gonna just be waiting around until they're done with and casting the replays afterwards. But while they're doing all their picks and bans and everything, Kislev is an S tier faction. They have some of the best units in the game. Their cavalry is absolutely ridiculous. Winged Lancers and Griffin Legion both have Glorious Charge, which doubles the duration of their charge bonus, which is in the 70s for each of them. And they'll absolutely flatten an unarmored infantry unit. It is pretty brutal. That by itself puts them above most factions, but on top of that, they have pretty effective cheap shooting. They have Little Grom, which is one of the best artillery pieces in the game. And they just profit immensely from the position that they hold right now. I mentioned a little earlier that Patriarch Healing got nerfed, which was very much needed because it was incredibly oppressive in certain matchups and with certain builds. I mean, it was a passive heal over time. You could stick them underneath an Elemental Bear, and the percentage-based healing on that big beastie was gnarly. I mean, it was basically unkillable unless you had pretty incredible, like, shooting potential on your faction. So, I'm going to stick them in S tier. I don't think there's really anything that can be argued against them being up here. Yeah, I think that they can go above Beastmen even. Beastmen require a little bit more micro than Kislev does, just because you don't have as much armor. And your units are really good on the charge as Beastmen, but not in the same tier as Kislev. Kislev just makes other factions cry on the regular. Get rid of that. We're going to go back to here. High Elves. High Elves have some good matchups. They tend to be a little... they tend to be a pretty niche faction in general. Not a lot of people play them. The people who do play them tend to do pretty well with them. Renegade Moose is probably one of the best High Elf players that's out there. But he doesn't play them that often. But they have good build variety. They have some pretty strong Lord options. Tyrion is really exceptional at dueling now that he has fire and magic damage. So not only does he circumvent any physical resist that your unit might have, he also reduces healing on them passively now, which is pretty amazing. Flaming damage is pretty underrated. I do think that they're like a mid-level B-tier faction. They don't have the best win rate in the world, but I think it's a little skewed by their bad matchups right now. And the fact that, like I said, they don't get played stupendously often. A lot of new players play them. So in terms of their ease of use, I think it lowers their potential. But somewhere in the middle area of B is pretty appropriate for them, I think. I don't know why they're... I mean, I guess I can see why they struggle against Slaanesh. Empire, they probably struggle against Empire purely because the Master Engineer in the Steam Tank is super busted. It's a very oppressive unit. And as good as High Elves are at dealing with a lot of those type of units, the directional shield on Steam Tanks is kind of insane. 70% missile block if it's facing whatever is shooting at it. And on top of that, the Master Engineer sitting in the top will shoot his armor-piercing grenade launcher on top of cavalry that might be surrounding him. So stuff like the Fireborn can't actually get on top of him and do damage to him safely. Not only because of the grenade launcher, but also pigeon bombs. So your only answer is to just shoot at him from range. And, you know, it's pretty easy to keep them rolling around through infantry units. And High Elf Infantry has a tendency to either be really expensive or really cheap. If they're really expensive, they get run over and just feed a ton of value. If they're really cheap, they get run over and then terror route, which puts them in a bit of a hole against Empire. I think this matchup is pretty skewed because of that one unit. I don't think it's reflective. It's reflected accurately if you remove that particular unit from the equation. Tzeentch and Slaanesh makes sense. Chaos Demons, I'm kind of surprised to see that. And Nurgle, I'm a little surprised. But I guess the heals on Nurgle are pretty crazy. But I feel like you just bring Tyrion and just have him hound Kugath into the Shadow Realm. More likely than not. Let's check and see how people are looking. For playing finals, they're not starting yet. They're still making their builds. They're looking pretty fun, though. Oh my god. Okay. That's going to be hilarious to see. I think y'all are going to really like this matchup when it actually kicks off. Back to tier list. So, yeah, High Elves, like, middle of B somewhere. Maybe a little bit, maybe lower than Bretonnia. But they have the potential to be played well by, like, specialists to be in, like, A. Kind of like Demons of Chaos. Or, I mean, maybe Grand Cathay has some good chops played by an expert. Sola Spaghetto's pretty good with them, too. But, for, like, the average player, you know, somebody who's, like, learning the ropes or just trying to, like, get into multiplayer, or is, you know, of, like, my skill level where, like, decent but nothing exceptional in terms of ability. Probably, like, the middle of B here. Lizardmen. Lizardmen are in a weird spot right now. They're not getting played as much as they used to, but they're, like, high end of B. They've got some pretty crazy stuff that they can do. They have nice build variety. They struggle against a handful of, like, undead factions and stuff that has, like, good ranged tools. I don't know why they're losing to Bretonnia. That makes no sense. I mean, I feel like the, like, bringing a Dreadsaurian against Bretonnia is pretty difficult for them to deal with because they don't have missiles to counter it, and the Dreadsaurians are pretty good against cavalry. Grail Knights and Grail Guardians are pretty good, but certainly not going to be able to outgrind a Dreadsaurian that's getting heals. That's probably their most consistent build, but you can do some fun stuff with Ancient Salamanders and Nets of Amantok on Mazdamundi. And I think there's some serious potential there for them to certainly outperform their current win rate. They're also a pretty beginner-friendly faction, so it's probably a little improperly represented here in their win rates. They lose pretty hard to Wood Elves, I can attest to that. Vampire Coast, they probably are a little bit better against them than it says. Beastmen, they lose to. Grand Cathay, losing to them makes sense. Tzeentch, probably a little more even, but certainly a difficult matchup just because Lizardmen do have a decent amount of like magic damage options. But, you know, I mean, demonic factions bringing stuff with really good physical resist passively can be a little difficult for them to deal with. And Tzeentch does have tools to deal with the big monsters. And I think that's probably what determines their matchups more than anything is, can you counter the dinos? If you can't do that, then you will probably struggle pretty hard against them. Okay. Let's see. Norska. I don't know how to feel about Norska. They're also not getting played a lot. You can see they've got 50 games played in total. And I've watched a few replays that I have one cast up where Boss Toss is playing Norska. And he has put some serious work into changing my mind on them as a whole. I thought they were pretty bad this patch, but maybe for the average player they could be at the bottom of C or the bottom of B. But Boss Toss has really made them look pretty good, bringing Marauder Horsemasters and taking advantage of the kite that they have access to. Kicking it forward, and the match is kicking off. Finally. Okay. So we're jumping in here, and it's going to be Vampire Counts versus the Beastmen, which is going to be a really interesting matchup. A really strong top-tier faction against one of the alleged Pit Lords. But if there's a Vampire Counts player that can make it happen, it's going to be Scrambled Egg. I mean, he beat me pretty bad in our game not too long ago. And I've seen a lot of his matches on Vampire Counts, and he's very consistent with what he's able to do with these guys. You know, you've got lots of tar pit potential with zombies and skeleton warriors. Spears are pretty decent against the low armor of a lot of the Beastmen monsters and Centigores and the like. White Kings are really good at killing infantry, and Scab Scrape is one of the better abilities in the game. I mean, it does 36 damage, no armor piercing, but, you know, against Beastmen who don't have armor to begin with, that doesn't really matter all that much. So it will probably shred a lot of the units that are coming in here for the Beastmen. Bringing a pretty standard build here. Cryptars, Zombies, Corpse Cart, and the White Kings. They are on horseback, and he does have the Master Necromancer. And the Master Necromancer has, you know, the bound summons. He's got the Scroll of Power, which reduces the cooldowns. So what you do is you fly over, you drop a summon, you drop the bound summon on another Ungor Raider, and then you use the scroll to get the instant cooldown effect on the final summon, and just drop it on the final Ungor Raider here, and just completely blob them out of using these immobile shooting pieces. The Centigores with throwing axes are probably going to be pretty dangerous for the Vampire Counts. They'll do good damage to the Cryptors. They can do good damage to the Corpse Cart. You don't really want to throw against zombies and the like. It's kind of a waste. They'll hound the Black Knights pretty well, and the White Kings. Being on horseback and losing the silver shields and all having the bronze will probably mean the Centaurs perform a little bit better against them. And we'll see what happens. They've also got perfect vigor while their leadership is higher than wavering, which is a little bit easier to do since they're so quick. Malagor up in the sky. Flock of Doom is a really good choice. Looks like just Flock of Doom and Enfeebling Foe, which I really don't hate. It's going to do some pretty nice work. Really nice Scab Scrape, man. Getting a lot of damage on these Ungor Raiders in the opening. Taking them down to about half health. That's really nice. Some Centaurs of Tzeentch coming out. But Scrambled Egg not going to give any opportunity for Suarv to get any free value on these guys. Just going to pull back with the Black Knights and the White Kings here. And huge overload coming in with the throwing axes. Getting some good damage on the Black Knights here with the lances and barding. And a really good Flock of Doom. Hitting a lot of units. Doing the most damage to the Black Knights and the Skeleton Spearmen here. Not so much to the White Kings, but that's still a decent bit of poke. Did get the overcast damage on himself, though, which is really unfortunate. Malagor could go chase down the Master Necromancer, actually. Master Necromancer is really poor in melee combat, and Malagor is actually pretty good. I mean, 55 melee attack is no joke. Decent weapon strength, none of it armor piercing, but this guy only has 15 armor. And yeah, you can see that Malagor is going to be looking for the fight against the Master Necromancer. While back here, the Gorgon, man. Forgot to mention this Gorgon being on the field. The Gorgon is getting nice and frisky with the Cryptors over here. Pulling away from getting completely blobbed up on them. Refreshing the charge bonus, though, and getting in on them now. And the Centaurs of Throwing Axes collapsing in. Just piling in through these zombies here, getting right up in the face of the Cryptors, throwing some axes in, pulling out of combat a little bit and leaving the Gorgon to do the heavy lifting there. Malagor continuing to chase the Master Necromancer, who dodged pretty capably there. Pretty nice micro from Scrambled Egg to get away there. But the Ungor Raiders are finding no peace and safety. One of them routed already from the Scab Scrapes, which have done pretty nice damage there. And the other one, pretty tangled up on the Skeleton Warriors here, while hordes and hordes of zombies here, tar pitting the middle objective, and starting to cap up the number one as well. And you've got some pretty tattered Centaurs of Tzeentch out here. Kind of struggling, but these Black Knights are getting dragged through the mud by the really well-microed Centaurs with throwing axes, who are just in the backfield here. Forcing them to chase and not giving them any space to get any value. Let's take a look at what the Gorgon's doing. Gorgon struggling a little bit against all the Cryptors. Hasn't killed any models, but, you know, gotten a little bit of poke in there, which isn't too bad. And some more Black Knights coming out, doing some nice damage to these Centaurs over here. Centaurs with the Centaurs of Tzeentch out on the field to try and protect these guys. But they're being hounded by the Cryptors. Suarv really needs to pull back the Centaurs here. And maybe just rally onto the number 3 objective, which probably would come under some pretty serious threat if the Vampire Counts just move all of these... moves this unit of zombies and some of the Cryptors up here. But he does have 2 of the objectives already. It's better to play in a blob as the Vampire Counts. And he's doing... Scrambled Egg's doing a really good job of just forming up a big old line here and forcing the Beastmen to have to get onto these objectives and fight on the points. Getting a pretty good value lead here against Suarv. He looks like he's cleaned up the Centaurs of Tzeentch back here, but this unit of Centaurs with throwing axes, up to 900 value, really worked down one of the Black Knight units here, getting some damage on this other one, and running for their lives from the Dire Pack here, who look like they've done a little bit of damage and do get a little bit of poke in on these throwing axes. But Suarv proving his micro chops, man. I mean, that's pretty impressive, getting these guys to just ride all the way through your opponent's back line, right back around, and get them onto the middle, get them onto the number 1 objective out here is pretty nice. But Skeleton Spearmen and Skeleton Warriors are on top of these Centaurs. This is a losing fight for the Centaurs. They'll do damage here, but it's not very effective damage. And he really does need to pull them back now, which he is able to do. These Centaurs, they're probably on their way out. It might be worth turning and fighting and getting some damage on the Dire Pack here. What's going on in the center here? Gorgon is fighting against Crypt Horrors, very overextended, and the White Kings are on top of them now. If the White Kings alone were fighting against the Crypt Horrors here, it would be a little bit more hazardous for the White Kings. But with all of the Crypt Horrors stacked on top of each other here, they're probably going to be able to do some really good damage here. And the Gorgon's just going deep, man. Getting really aggressive with this big monster. Turning out to be maybe a bit of an overextension and paying the price here. With the White Kings and the Crypt Horrors surrounding this big boy. Locking him in place, poisoning him, lowering the melee attack. And about to break his leadership, and there he goes. The Gorgon going down. Very nice punish on the overextend from Scrambled Egg. And, man, these Var guys coming out, intercepting the Centaurs here with the Black Knights and countercharging at the right time with the Var guys. Absolutely brutalizing this unit. They have thrown most of their ammo and gotten some good value, but losing those guys is pretty brutal, and the Gorgon just outright dies, man. Amazing job from Scrambled Egg getting rid of that very annoying unit. Pestigors coming out. They're fighting pretty handily against the Crypt Horrors, but it's starting to look pretty rough. I mean, Scrambled Egg's got these two objectives here in the middle, and doesn't really need to do anything special at this point. Certainly just going to leave the Beastmen to hold this high ground objective. It's not triple cap territory for the Beastmen. Scrambled Egg... Yeah, Sawarv calling it there. Scrambled Egg was probably just going to hold on these 2 points until the end of time. It's very hard to remove the vampire counts from an objective that they're holding. So really well played by Scrambled Egg. Sawarv is a great player, so being able to win that game as dominantly as he did goes to show you the kind of skill that he's able to exercise on a faction that I think a lot of people are sleeping on. The vampire counts, they're just very niche. They're, you know, not the most exciting faction. They haven't gotten anything new since... God, I mean, I don't know. When was the last time Vampire Counts got a DLC? Yeah, don't give Skinwolves targets against Norska. I agree. It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard when your opponent doesn't feed value into Skinwolves, I agree. But Famir are low-key underrated. I don't think a lot of people are playing around with them right now, but they have some pretty crazy missile defense. When they're out of combat, they have a passive 40% missile resistance. So they're kind of hard to shoot off, and they can kind of make their own box with Famir backing up some Marauder champions. And you've suddenly got a pretty nasty little buzzsaw going on there. And you can get really crazy and bring a great weapon Famir. Because they still have the armor sundering, and they can kind of rip apart the units that they're fighting. Messaging opponents. Alright, just letting them know that it is a best of 1 for the semis, and the best of 3 is just for the finals. So we're going to wait on the other side of the bracket. I'm going to go ahead and check on that now and see who we might be seeing in the finals. No updates on that yet. But, I don't know. Norska has some unexplored potential. I'll keep him in the bot. I'll keep him in C right now. Maybe with some proper play, they can be a little bit better than they might otherwise be for most people, but with the limited tools that they have, I think C is actually a pretty good place because they just don't have any build variety. They're pretty easy to counter because of that, and they can struggle a little bit in fights against people who know what they're doing. So Scrambled Egg is going to be in the finals, and it's going to come down to who wins this game between Azek Ahriman and Solasora. Solasora, really good, really clean in the game I played against them, so I'm curious to see if they're going to be pulling the victory off there, and we'll see what they can do in the 3x3 Matrix Grand Finals. Alright. I'll be back to the tier list in just a minute, guys. I'm just going to go... I'm going to make sure that I can finalize these brackets real quick. Finalize that tournament section. Cool, it's not messing with anybody's points and totals. That's good. We're going to be moving on to the tier list again. Ogre Kingdoms are kind of bad. Not, like, terrible. Like, they're fun to play. I have a blast with them every now and then. But similar problem to Norska, in that they're very limited. They're very low armor. They require a pretty specialized player to get the most out of them. And just the limited tools that they have make them a little one-note. And they tend to struggle in a lot of matchups. I don't know what the DLC is going to be bringing. I know that the Man-Eater of Demonetization is going to be involved. He's going to be pretty interesting to see. And I guess we'll find out what the other tools are. I mean, presumably Thunder Tusks and some other tools of that nature will be coming out. And we'll see if they get any better. They've got potential, and there was a time where they were pretty terrifying to run into on the ladder or in a tournament setting. Not so much now, though. Certainly since Gorgers got nerfed. Gorgers used to be one of the most oppressive units I have ever seen in the Warhammer series. They would just run in and immediately annihilate whatever they were fighting. Didn't matter if it was a large target or an infantry target, which is what they're supposed to be a counter to. They just went in with their Unbreakable Frenzy and then just smacked everything around. But not really having anything that broken to rely on anymore, and they're just kind of here. Down here, in C tier, probably towards the lower end of it. But, you know, good players can make anything happen in this game. That's why nothing is in the D tier. This might as well not exist. It's really difficult to get a faction into a state where they're basically unplayable. You know, I mean, you just have so much faction variety that, you know, you're going to have a good matchup somewhere along the line. And it can turn out that sometimes a faction in the bottom of C can have a niche good matchup against an S tier or an A tier faction. Nurgle, I would go so far as to put Nurgle in the bottom of A. Nurgle just has so much healing and just profits from how good their goon squads are. I mean, Nurgle goon squads are really difficult to deal with. I don't really know what else there is to say. I mean, that's kind of what you see for the most part. But they do have some interesting stuff like the Angels of Decay, who can come in and provide some good value in niche matchups. The Plague Toads, you know, the little hoppers, they're pretty good against a variety of infantry. They've got the armor piercing and the magic damage, so they do pretty well against a lot of the other Chaos factions. They don't do too hot against Tzeentch just because of the fire damage. Khorne kind of beats Nurgle because of Karanak, and that's pretty much it. Karanak comes out, and if your opponent brought Kugath, they just kind of cry as you nullify magic the entire game. But if there's a... Oh, yeah, I mean, I agree that they're an A-tier faction. And I think they're a solid A. I mean, it's the healing and the goon squads, and the like niche units that they can bring out that kind of keep them up here. But I don't think that they're better than Slaanesh. Slaanesh does mobility so well, and really just bullies a lot of the factions that even Nurgle can struggle against. So, I mean, I think that of the A-tier factions, Nurgle's a little bit farther to the bottom. But they're the most consistent of the factions in A-tier. I don't think that, like, they allow for a decent amount of skill expression, but there's, you know, a few ways to play Nurgle, and they play them really well, and you don't branch out too far from that. That's why I'm putting them where they're at. Let's go take a look and see what's going on. The bracket. Believe we're advancing finally. Top 4. Scrambled egg. Solasaur and Azek haven't reported yet, but Solasaur has sent me the replay, so I'm assuming that the game is nice and set, and we're just waiting on one of them to put the final touches on it, and we'll be finding out who's going to be facing Scrambled Egg in the final. No, Harrison, I hear you, man. I think they're really good. I think they're really good, and you're gonna have to send me some replays, bro. I'll cast them. I'm really looking for some good stuff from Nurgle. I don't play against them for whatever reason too terribly often. I just don't. Either on ladder, I don't run into the Nurgle mains, and I don't run into them in bracket either. So I'm thirsty for those replays. So give me your best, and I'll find one to cast. Prove to me that they're better than the middle of A tier. Slaanesh is borderline top of A tier. Slaanesh just has so many mobile AP tools, and just does nasty damage, man. I mean, lots of battlefield control. Immune to psychology on everything is pretty crazy. There's a decent amount of perfect vigor on their roster. The only thing that lets Slaanesh down is lack of healing. There's Nakari and the Exalted Keeper of Secrets. They do technically have heals, but they're a little inconsistent, so I can't really give them a lot of credit on that front. But Slaanesh just plays really solidly, and it's very difficult to deal with them when they're in the hands of a capable player. But they're even good in the hands of less experienced players because of the devastating flanker incentivizes new players to look for those kinds of opportunities. So, I guess what I'm trying to say is that it teaches new players good habits, and it's a lot easier for new players to get in there and learn a faction like Slaanesh that does have some armored answers, and just having that kind of speed to constantly put pressure in Dom mode just sets them a step above most. But, you know, some squishy DPS units, and like I said, lack of healing lets them down in some of the matchups that they find themselves in. I don't know where the hell I'm supposed to put Skaven, because I've seen them look like hot garbage, and then alternatively look like an absolute world beater of a faction. So I'm going to stick them in B. Just because guys like Hadries and a few other players will absolutely dominate people in tournament, in bracket with the Skaven. But then, you know, you see somebody else play them, you know, like newer players, and the low leadership and kind of, I mean, just the low leadership really is what keeps the Skaven from being really oppressive. And the missiles are really nice, and they're incredibly powerful and strong, but you really need to make sure that your front line doesn't completely fall apart for those missile pieces to stay safe. If you get compromised and your backline is Skaven, it's game over. And there's really nothing you can do at that point. So that's kind of what it comes down to. And, you know, top players are able to do that better than people who are picking up the game for the first time and just want to play the funny rat people. Skaven are probably thematically my favorite faction in all of Warhammer. I mean, they're absolutely hilarious. I mean, they're basically ANCAP Americans on, you know, speed. that's the best way to put them. That's essentially what their politics align to. Vampire Coast, probably the top of B. Really good shooting. The buffs have been really nice for them, but they're really low armor. Depth Guard, Rotting Prometheans are really the only armor you have on that faction. And you see the Rotting Promethean gunnery mobs pretty often, and they can do some pretty good work and hold really nicely. But that's a very expensive unit. And the deckhand mobs, they get out there, they do work, they're much better now that they got a cost reduction, but they're still just zombies. They're still pretty bad. So there's certainly some good work you can do to like pull apart a Vampire Coast build and make their lives a living hell. Alright, I'm going to start contacting Scrambled Egg, and Solasora is, in fact, in the finals, so back slot again. We're going begging, boys. Alright, well, I'm waiting on an answer there. Empire. Empire with the Master Engineer and the Steam Tank is an A faction. Yeah, last season Coast was absolutely D tier. They were so bad. But the buffs were really nice for them, so they're much better now. But if we were doing a last season tier list, they would 100% be the only faction down here. It was so funny how bad they were. It was a little depressing because they're very interesting in terms of, like, theme. But, yeah. I don't know, man. Oh, God. It was something to behold. Empire, though. Empire, with the Master Engineer on the Steam Tank is an A. That unit is just so oppressive and ridiculous, but if you ban that, probably like the middle of B, right around where Grand Cathay is, has really great tools and does some really fun stuff, and certainly can win most matchups with build variety. But, you know. Oh, hold on, let me answer Scrambled Egg. Oh, yeah. Alright, I gotta go set this up real quick for our guys. I forgot to put the pick and ban tool in for them, which is classic rookie mistake for me. This is why most people don't mix and match the setups. Copy. That's true. Okay. Alright, I'm going to host for these guys. I'm going to go to the spec slot. Get me down in there, though, please. There we go. Host game spectator. Get rid of that. Add a player slot for Team 2. Yeah, we'll just do it this way. This is a lot easier. I don't know what I'm thinking. So, there we go. Solasora. Come join here, please. Getting everybody nice and sorted so that we can get some good action for the grand finals here. Yeah, I'm glad Coast is good too now. It's pretty fun watching them in tournament as well. There's some wild shit that people are bringing right now. Alexander sent me a replay with double Necrofex. You can check that out if you want. That's a pretty fun game. He brought the Gallows Giant and actually got use out of it. I don't know why it's so bad now, but they did something with its fire effect from the transition to Warhammer 3 that makes it look pretty pathetic. It's kind of iconic. Much respect to CA for making it as haggard as it is. Alright, people are getting sorted. The pick and ban tool I've set up for them. Let me just go make sure that it works. We're using a global ban pick tool. I might actually see if I can get in there and create new draft spectator. How do I invite people? I'm gonna actually see if I can get these guys to come here so that y'all can see the picks and bans going on in motion. We're going to see if we can watch the picks and bans in action. I think that'd be pretty fun, honestly. Yeah, it does crazy damage if you shoot down the side of infantry, but the problem is that it's slow. It's got 50-something speed, but it can be a bit of a challenge trying to get it lined up correctly. But Alexander got some pretty good damage out of that thing in that replay, like you're mentioning. I don't know how he does it. He's really good on Coast. He's one of the best dwarf players that's out there, so it's always a pleasure to watch him play. Oh. Alright. We'll maybe see the picks and bans next round. But they're almost done picking. And we'll see what's going on in a bit here. So we'll just go back to the tier list. Tomb Kings, probably the bottom of A. They got buffs to the Ushabti and, oh god, what else did they get buffs to? I'm always blanking out on the units that got buffed for the Tomb Kings. Someone remind me what buffs the Tomb Kings got this last patch, because they really helped out for what they do. They're much better than they were last season, and I would probably put them towards the bottom of A at this point. Oh, the Kemrian War Sphinx got the collision attacks. Yeah, Cetra on the Sphinx with the collision damage now is pretty crazy. So, I mean, those two things alone, I mean, Cetra is pretty much an auto-include at this point. I have not personally played a ton of matchups against Tomb King players where they're not bringing him. I did play today against someone who brought Kalita, and she was not nearly as good as Cetra would have been, I think. But, you know, it's, hindsight's like 20/20 on builds and everything, but, you know, Cetra's pretty crazy. The Ushabti are much better at actually killing infantry now. Those two buffs really have put them a little bit over the top, because they've still got really good shooting in the form of the catapults. Casket of Souls is good every now and then against really wide infantry factions. You've got the Ushabti Great Bows, which have always been good and always will be. One of the most solid, like, anti-large missile pieces imaginable. Chosen of the Gods are good against infantry. And then you've got the Sepulchral Stalkers, who just absolutely wreck stuff with those laser beams, man. Those laser snakes are pretty vicious. You've got the Necrotechs, who you bring in for 600 gold on foot. And all they have is Restore. They get 2 uses of that. They pop that on Constructs and Profit. And that's pretty nice. Having healing on the Constructs is pretty good. You've got Skeleton Horsemen with the bows. Those are pretty solid. The melee variant's pretty good. Nehekara Horsemen have always been decent. They're still pretty decent. They don't destroy anything, but they certainly do a good job of like smacking into units and doing decent amounts of damage on the charge, as well as being, you know, a good like counter to your opponent's mass. They can hold for quite a while being undead, and can give you good opportunities to get your shooting in order. So yeah, bottom of A for Tomb Kings. Tzeentch, probably the top of B, if not maybe also there at the bottom of A, but I think B is a good spot for them. Really nice shooting, very capable in most matchups, and hard counter a handful of the factions above them, but they do struggle against some of these other factions that are lower down. Their lords, you've got the Chaos Lord on the disc, and he's probably the best combat lord that Tzeentch has. The standard exalted changer, whatever the hell they're called, the standard giant chicken, they're pretty good in combat, but they're nothing special. So I think not having the combat lords can be a little vicious. Oh, and Bone Giants. Thank you, Harrison. Bone Giants are really good for Tomb Kings as well, so they just have lots of good options to bring in pretty much any scenario. I'm probably going to do a stream where I just grind Tomb Kings on ladder just to learn them, because, you know, I like to play them in tournament. I just, you know, I mostly play Khorne. I could do with some more experience on a variety of factions. And Tomb Kings are one of my faves. Yeah, the Bone Giants dumpstered me in that Kislev matchup, man. It was pretty brutal. Are we on Tsar? Are we on Tsar? Yes. Oop. Okay. We're just waiting on Solasora to join here, and then we'll get it motoring into the grand finals here. But until we hear back from them, we're going to continue on with the tier list here. Warriors of Chaos, probably in a similar boat as Tzeentch, although I think that they've got the potential to be an A or even an S tier faction. Warriors of Chaos just have like some of the most insane variety on their roster. I mean, there is an almost overwhelming amount of differentiation that you can bring in what you're setting up. But right now, what you see pretty often is Severed Claw and Festus heals, or Valkia with the Nurgle Sorcerer to give her heals, or Kolek with heals, or, you know, Archeon. You don't see the other lords too terribly often, but if you want to find a player who brings some wild-ass Warriors of Chaos builds, Martinius is the person to ask, because he's the Warrior of Chaos specialist, and he's a really good player. He likes to go really tall, and I've seen some really crazy builds that I would have never expected to perform as well as they do actually beat out some much more seemingly meta options from other factions. So, upper end of B, right there with Tzeentch, you know, you could probably just interchange either of these two. Wouldn't be too terribly different for them. And Vampire counts, man. They don't get played a lot. But as you saw with Scrambled Egg, man, Scrambled Egg makes them look like an S-tier faction. He just beat Beastman pretty handily with them. So don't count them out. I'm keeping them down here just because they don't have a ton of great results per se. But in the hands of the right player, they're pretty gnarly. It's just kind of hard for newer players to get with these guys because they lack missiles of any kind. That can be pretty difficult to deal with, and it does kind of put you at a at like a battlefield pacing disadvantage in general. And if you don't have any way to shut down your opponent's missiles, you can kind of get dumpstered. I mean, Tzeentch, with all of its fire damage, can just immediately snipe out corpse carts and mortis engines, and that's pretty difficult for vampire counts to deal with. So there are matchups that they just probably cannot win very capably without absolutely pinpoint perfect play. So yeah, I'm going to keep them down here in C. But, you know, they could be in the top of B, even. If they just had more matches played with more people on them. But with Scrambled Eggs play, I mean, they're, like, up there in A. Khorne. I love Khorne. I would love to be able to say that they're an S-tier faction, but they're like a middle-of-the-road A-tier faction. You've got a lot of cool stuff and some really fun units. Bloodbrute Behemoth is pretty hilarious, and you can do some great stuff with that. But at the same time, it can be a bit of an uphill struggle. Khorne has very narrow potential on what lords they can bring. Valkia, you see in like 90% of matchups. Skarbrand, you can bring out every now and then, but he is such a pincushion for missiles. If he had 25% missile resist, like Kolek did, you know, Kolek wasn't even all that good without the missile resist, or you know, with it and not having the healing support, but he was better than Skarbrand is. Skarbrand, you bring for the rampage, and hope that you can use Wrathful Reaper to just brutalize your opponent's lord and mess them up. You think Chaos Dwarves are low? I don't know, man. Chaos Dwarves are pretty haggard, in my opinion. I don't think they do anything too well. They're very reliant on the trains and their really expensive missile pieces. And if you shut those down, they just get absolutely rolled because their infantry is garbage. Even the Chaos Dwarf warriors. Like, they lack spell resistance, so they're extremely vulnerable to high DPS magic. And since you're not worrying about their chaff because of the low leadership for them, I think that they struggle pretty hard. Win rate. Alright, let's go look at the win rate. 46%? I mean, that's good. Alright. We'll move him up to B. I think I'm just biased because they don't play very well into my main. Maybe I'm just maybe I'm overrepresenting the success that Khorne has against them. They can go wide. It's just that those hobgoblins, man. If you're bringing them as an infantry line, they suck. And if you bring the Chaos Dwarf Warriors, you better hope that your opponent doesn't have good magic on their faction. Otherwise, you're going to cry. Because, you know, Fireglaves and the Blunderbusses, Magna Cannons, and the Trains are all well and good, but they don't hold points very well, and they struggle to get on objectives. You have to play really precisely with them. But, I mean, they do have a good win rate. So, we'll keep them in B just based on their results right now. Alright, finally Wood Elves. Wood Elves are the best faction in the game. I mean, maybe you could argue that Kislev is a little bit better, but I'm going to leave Wood Elves at the top. Nerexa is probably carrying their win rate a little bit, but the missiles that they have is crazy on them. Yeah, Turin does make them look really good. Turin's really good at Chaos Dwarves. So they certainly deserve some respect on their name for the players who do make them look pretty good. But yeah, Wood Elves, Nerexa does boost the win percentage a little bit just because he is pretty next level. Wood Elves lose to Kislev, I think. No, it's 50-50 and there's been one game played. Or it's 50-50 with seven wins for each. I mean, I'm completely off here. What the hell? Alright, never mind, guys. Dyslexia is happening. Kislev. Wood Elves. Kislev. Against Kislev, 7 wins, 4 losses. So 64% over Kislev right now. You know, I don't know who's playing those matchups. But, I mean, I would say that just with the buffs that Wood Elves got, they're pretty good. They're pretty freaking good. The Way Watchers are pretty incredible. Hawkeyes of Drakira with their minus 16 leadership debuff on a missile is pretty insane. Nerexa just takes breaks. I mean, I don't know what he's up to right now. But he usually disappears for like 2 or 3 weeks at a time. He's probably hanging around. I mean, he's got 5 wins for the tournaments. So he's probably just like training off in the Shadow Realm, preparing for the end of season community clash. That would be my guess. You know, I mean, why tip your opponents to your like techs on your main? After all, waiting on the ready. Cool. Perfect. Alright, guys, we're going to swap over, finally, to the grand finals. Tsar Nagrin's Rebellion, it's going to be Tzeentch versus the Dowie here. And Solosaur coming in with a pretty heavy-duty dwarf build, as you can see there. Let me just make sure that I've actually got it. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're showing what we're supposed to. But, I am super interested to go take a look at this build for the Tzeentch forces, because it's looking pretty wild. I thought I saw 3 Chosen there. And the giant chicken in the sky. We love the drumstick lord. The Kentucky Fried Badass in the flesh, flying around. I would love to see some people bring Sartorial. Still one of my favorite like legendary lords from, you know, the Warhammer, the Warhammer 2 and Warhammer 1 days, and not a bad lord by any means. But Exalted Lord of Change with Infernal Gateway obviously makes sense. Portal Glyph, you know, just for the Fury Summon to chase down Gyros, Zangors, Centaur of Tzeentch, and 3 freaking Chosen of Tzeentch in the front line. Absolute insanity. I would not expect bringing this against Dowie, but here we are, man. Scrambled Egg going real narrow and top-heavy with the build. It's going to be an uphill grind against this Dowie build, I imagine. The Gyrocopters won't be too terrible, but as long as Solosaur protects these bolt throwers, they're going to be a real problem for these Chosen of Tzeentch. They're not going to be getting any of that barrier replenishment that like Village has to offer, so once the barriers are gone, they're going to suffer pretty hard against the bolt throwers, I imagine. Ekron's Miners here. I'm going to jump out onto the #1 objective, probably. You know, they've got the blasting charges, which are going to not really have that much effect in this game. And miners with blasting charges, once the ammo is gone, these guys are pretty bad. They really don't do anything good. They get beaten by just about everything in melee. The saving grace is their leadership and the armor. There's Grim Delvers out here too. This is kind of crazy. Alright. We're going to see what the Grim Delvers can do. They've got some good damage potential as well. It's just a straight-up Dwarf Lord on foot with the Long-Drawing Slayer Pirates backing him up. Dwarf Rum going to debuff melee attack and the aura. Gyrocopter's going to hover overhead, just fire in and do some damage. We're going to see what happens with this game. Oh, man. Alright. Let's get it done, guys. Still positioning units, trying to get it all nice and sorted. There's two miners just out here in the Shadow Realm, plotting the downfall of the side point for the Tzeentchian forces here, man. I'm curious to see what this actually ends up doing. Centaurs of Tzeentch will probably just dumpster them if they jump out there and get on top of them. Ekron's miners taking the number 1. The miners here with the Grimdelvers behind them, moving up to the number 2, gonna establish a dominant toehold there probably, with the Dwarf Warrior line creeping up slowly behind them. And the Bolt Throwers trying to find a good position to get in. Good decision tucking back in here with the miners with blasting charges, and a little bit of poke from the Gyrocopters going in on these Centaurs of Tzeentch over here. Exalted Lord of Change is getting on top of the Gyrocopters now, and probably going to start killing models off pretty quickly here, I would guess. Already taken 1 poor helicopter down. 2 helicopters, actually. Poor little guys. Dowie falling to their death. Not a fun way to go, certainly. We've got the Furies flying overhead on the number 3. Zangors, they're running in. They're trying to get in position to get on top of these miners. And Fury support flying in over the top, jumping on top of these miners, getting some good damage. And counterfire, trying to whittle down the Exalted Lord here, while a huge Infernal Gateway is going to absolutely obliterate the Grim Delvers here. Oh my god, vicious damage coming in here. Sucking these guys right up into the middle of that vortex and ripping them to pieces, man. Really nice cast from... Oh my god, completely deleted the unit! Shattered instantly, dead and gone. Holy crap. Zangors, they're moving back a little bit, trying to find a good position to get into some combat, and the Furies just chasing the Gyrocopters into the Shadow Realm. Always a good choice there. You really can't complain about that. And this giant chicken starting to toss these Dwarf Warriors around. I'm loving the aggressiveness with this Exalted Lord of Change, man. Very disruptive unit. Anybody who's familiar with the Warhammer 2 Days knows just how hard these guys are to pin down in melee combat. They've got 3,500 mass, which is pretty crazy. Chosen of Tzeentch, they're in combat against miners. They're taking a little bit of blasting charge damage. The Long Drawn Slayer Pirates, they've been compromised by these Chosen here, and they're getting beat up pretty bad, but they are firing their pistols in direct contact. Not doing a lot of damage, though. Probably going to be losing that there for Solisora. And out here, a horde of miners trying to push up onto the number 3 on that home objective, while these miners are struggling to get out of combat and get some effect out of their blasting charges. They are getting support from Dwarf Warriors, but a really nice rear charge coming in from the Centaurs of Tzeentch. Getting on the rear of these Dwarf Warriors, doing a little bit of damage there on the charge. Going to be jumping out of combat, going to be jumping on top of these miners here now, and certainly going to put some good work in with those great weapons, man. Absolutely smacking these guys around, tossing them for days. 4 days, Dowie going down, man. And Solisaurus keeping it pretty close, though. But where is the source of damage coming in from? Oh, no! This is going to be pretty bad if this Bolt Thrower cannot get peeled in time. Fury's diving down, done chasing those gyros and just getting right on top of the Bolt Thrower. The Bolt Thrower crews are pretty squishy with only 40 armor. But the Grudge Rakers, Thunderers with the Grudge Rakers actually are able to shoot the Furies off in time, and maybe these Slayer Pirates and those Thunderers are going to be able to save this Bolt Thrower, who is getting some pretty good work done, chipping away at the Chosen here. Most of them pretty healthy still, but killing some Zangors as well. And another Infernal Gateway, overcasted on top of these Grudge Rakers. That's going to make short work of these guys as well. I mean, that is 2 really expensive missile pieces that have been completely deleted, and a huge army ability, too! Oh my god, Scrambled Egg pushing the advantage to the max. Gonna delete the Miner unit, more than likely, getting nice damage on the Slayer Pirates. This Miner taking pretty nasty damage as well. Really nice value out of that. One of the Bolt Throwers is offline. I'm starting to think that a lot of the damage that the Dowie are getting reflected here is on barriers and not so much on the actual army. Oh man, Flamers coming out and roasting the Miners here, who are on the flank of these Zangors, but that's a perfect counterfire position for these guys to be in. Really hosing those Miners down, pushing them back. And the Centaurs here, mopping up this Miner unit, going to jump over here, and definitely going to be making short work of these guys as well. The really poor combat stats are going to be a huge drag on these guys' ability to do any damage to the Centaurs of Tzeentch. Really clean play coming out from Scrambled Eggs so far. Another Centaur of Tzeentch coming out, collapsing these Dwarf Warriors. The Dowie did hold this back point for quite a while. They do have the ticket lead. It's not over by any means, but the Chosen here on the middle objective, one of them a little beat up, this one taking a little bit of damage, but one that's completely untouched, basically. And the Dowie do not have an answer for them right now. These Centaurs are probably going to keep rolling through and collapsing on top of all these isolated Dowie positions, and probably going to just keep rolling over them. Really nice play from Scrambled Egg. Shattered Grudge Rakers here, just feeding some value into the Long-Drawn Slayer Pirates, who have been resummoned, finishing off those Furies. One Gyrocopter still making some value felt around the battlefield. Moving up for a bombing run. No, getting on the Flamers. That's a good call. Flamers do pretty good damage to Gyros, I think, though. Gyros don't have a crazy range either. Oh, Portal Glyph finally being used. Man, hanging on to that for a long time. But, you know, gonna get some good effect out of that. Gonna jump onto these Gyros, chase them back, and keep these things from settling in a nice position to just get free value on the Chosen there. Solasora doing their best to get back in this game, but really tattered state of affairs for the Dowie across the battlefield. Gyros being chased away, Dwarf Warriors being roasted by Flamers, as well as the Slayer Pirates here also suffering at the hands of the Exalted Lord of Change. He's got 2100 value, gets a good tear route on these Dwarf Warriors, and they'll probably just get chased off the field at this point. Oh, another... Oh my god, man. I don't think Solasora was ready for the magic, man. Tzeentch just picking and choosing where to delete infantry units. It's a pretty gnarly looking effect, man. Look at that disgusting little eyeball. It's looking like the Las Vegas sphere out here. It's kind of the same vibes, man. Oh my god. Goodbye, sweet prince. They did survive, unlike the other missile units that have gotten hit by it, but might have not been overcast in this scenario. What's the value? 2600 on the Exalted Keeper. Gonna be going after this poor Dowie Lord, who's desperately trying to get onto the #1 objective and save this point for the Dowie. You've got Zangors back here with some Chosen. They're just beating up on the Dwarf Warriors that are left alive back here. And decent value on those Centaurs. Not paying for themselves, but, you know, providing rear charges and leadership breaks, I'm sure, aplenty. Man, what are the Flamers looking like? Flamers paying for themselves, not going above and beyond, but at the stage of the game we're at, Dowie are very much having to trickle out units one at a time. Scrambled Egg is saving up quite a few points here. Bringing out Forsaken. Forsaken do a lot of damage on the charge. Not going to trade amazingly into Dowie warriors with great weapons, but maybe not going to be super haggard against them. We'll see. Little bit of housekeeping coming through for Scrambled Egg. Probably going to want to unsummon those Zangors as well. But it's looking really solid at this stage of the game for the forces of Tzeentch here. Routing Zangors, and the number one objective has been resecured, but will the Dowie be able to get back onto this middle objective in time? Dowie do struggle to push objectives when they're at this stage of the game, when they don't have any artillery or missile pieces on the field. Yeah, we'll see Scrambled's full army after this. After the game for sure. I'll make it a point to go through and look at it. Forsaken running around out here, probably threatening a push onto the number one, which is going to lock up a lot of cap weight for the Dowie. Chosen, they're rallying here. All three of the Chosen are still on the field, man. One looking much more tattered than the others, but they're all in decent shape, certainly. They've gotten good value too, man. 900 on pretty much all of them. This one, you know, a little bit less, but they're much healthier than the others. Long Drawn Slayer Pirates getting finished off here by the Exalted Lord of Change, man. What a cool unit. Very fun. And just kind of grody looking, man. Look at that. Nasty little VFX going off there. While the Chosen grinding into the Dowie Warrior with great weapons. These guys just don't have the stats to get through these Chosen. And Scrambled Egg is playing absolutely perfect right now. Making it a point to push the... hold on, drawing tool, please. Making a point to engage off of the objective so that the Capway of the Dowie can't just come in and steal the objective and force Scrambled Egg to resecure it. Surrounding with the Forsaken, crushing these Dwarf Warriors here. Centaurs collapsing on this Dwarf Warrior with great weapons. Smashing them. Slaughtering them. They're routing. These Dwarf Warriors probably not going to be long in the following with the Forsaken. Both units here. Starting to find different areas of the battlefield to move to and collapse in on. And Scrambled Egg closing that gap slowly but surely, playing very disciplined here. You really love to see it. We're going to see if... I mean, I really don't think Solosaurus got any way back into this game, but maybe they know something I don't. And we'll see what's on the table for the Dowie going into the late game here. Dwarf Lord is getting beaten up now. Very vulnerable. And, you know, this guy, 50-50 with 450 weapon strength is pretty good. Maybe I should give a little more respect to these guys. I thought they were 45-45, but straight up wrong on that front, I guess. Chosen and Centaurs on top of the miners before they can get their volleys off. A decent little bombing run. You know, doing a little bit of damage to these Forsaken. Is this the... It's just the gyrocopters. Thought this was the Skyhammer for a second. That would have been really fun to see, but they're running for their lives from Furies yet again, and still not a lot of shooting to come out here for the Dowie to counterfire these Furies up in the sky. Really suffering from the overcasted Infernal Gateways early in the game. Losing the Grim Delvers, losing another one of the Grudge Rakers. Long Drawn Slayer Pirates got beaten up by this guy. 3,100 value on the Exalted Lord of Change. Pretty incredible stuff, man. Scrambled, showing why he is one of the leaderboard, one of the heads of the pack of the leaderboard right now. Really good control, really good micro, and knowing how to make a pretty unorthodox looking Tzeentch build work. I mean, I wouldn't have thought triple Chosen into Dowie would have been any good, but these guys have been very healthy all game, and they've been a huge roadblock for any pushes up onto this middle objective. Unsummoning this Chosen, you know you're in a pretty privileged position when you're unsummoning a Chosen that has 44 models and 2,500 health left. Forsaken mopping up some miners. These miners, not long in the following. Solasora is going to call it there. Really well played by them, though. And, yeah. Man. Masterclass game from Scrambled Egg. Really good stuff, and we'll see how this changes going into the next game for Solasora, if they can pull off a bit of an upset. Alright. Harrison, if you're here, Exalted Lord of Change, 2 Zangors, triple Chosen, a Centaur of Tzeentch, and you've got a Blue Horror, 3 Zangors in reserve, 2 Forsaken, 2 of the Centaurs, 3 Furies, and 1 Flamer. That's pretty solid. I do very much like that. And yeah, Dowie's struggling to find value anywhere on that battlefield, man. I think the in-game value very much getting overrepresented by shield damage. I don't know why shields are given so much priority by the damage value meter in-game. It's a little bit silly, IMO. But it is what it is. Looking at the Dowie build, and I'm sure these folks are going to be doing their counter picks now. You're welcome, bro. Anytime. I like to know what people are bringing as well. It gives me some stuff to think about when I go to the drawing board and are, I don't know, just thinking about build variety for the factions I like to play. Alright, just messaging some folks. I'll be right back. I'm gonna step away for just a minute. Need to go get some water. I return. Let me get this off of their build screens, just in case they start building their next matchup. I don't want anybody to get any ideas about getting in here and getting snoopy. But yeah, they're gonna be doing their picks and bans next, and we'll just kind of wait on that. We've kind of established what the tier list looks like. I mean, it's pretty. It follows the lines of the win rate pretty solidly. I mean, Wood Elves, Kislev, and Beastmen Up at the top, Slanesh, Dowie, Nurgle, they're at the top as well with Tomb Kings, Vampire Coast. You know, they're a little lower than their win rate shows, but I think that's pretty appropriate. Madhouse. Hold on. Let me answer a question real quick. Moving to... Where the hell is the Changer's Madhouse? Oh, there it is. Just gotta swap up the maps for these guys. Getting a little distracted. I am letting Solosaur know what the map layout for Changer's Madhouse looks like. That's the next map they're going to be playing on. Solosaur is like brand new to this game and is in Grand Finals right now, which is pretty impressive, I've got to be honest. So huge freaking props to them for coming in here and just giving the steel chair to everybody they went up against in the bracket side of things, including myself. And, you know, giving a good scrap to Scrambled Egg, who's, you know, one of the top players right now. Very impressive stuff. Bit of hilly terrain in center of map off of point to hide around. Alright, I just want to be totally fair to, you know, a newer player. Scrambled Egg has played on Changer's Madhouse before, so knows what the map layout looks like. I would just like Solosaur to have the same opportunity to be able to pick their build, you know, like more knowledgeably, I suppose. Alright, but here, going back to the tier list, this is what it looks like. I mean, it pretty much reflects the win rates right now. Everybody in B has, you know, like, pretty even matchups against most of the factions that are out there, with maybe a niche, good matchup against an S tier. Like, Korn is actually pretty good against Beastmen. You know, you've got a lot of very fighty units. You gotta be really careful about the throwing axes and Centaurs getting really rowdy against you. Sola gotta be smurfing. I'm a little curious myself, but I'm gonna give Sola the benefit of the doubt right now. And we'll find out. I mean, to be... whoops. Hold on. No, I don't want to play you, Tarkov. You're garbage. Go home. Anyways, what was I saying? I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they're just a really good new player. Who knows? But, it's been a while since there's been a bunch of cheating in the game. You know, that was more of a Warhammer 2 thing. I know there was a lot of drama back in the day surrounding land battles and having, like, money tournaments. But now it's a little different just because it's mostly for leaderboard. And to get, like, you know, points for the community clash at the end of the season. So that's a lot of dedication to smurfing, honestly. Like, I don't see how it could possibly be worth it, but maybe I'm just completely out of my mind. I don't know. I would not bother under any circumstance with it. Oh God, no! I'm not playing live Tarkov ever again, bro. I downloaded the single player Tarkov mod, and I'm never touching. I'm never touching live again. SPT is so good. I mean, it is everything that I wanted Tarkov to be to begin with. Just better. Like, you don't have to worry about performance problems. It just runs better, and the AI really is pretty amazing with some of the add-on mods that there are. Like, some of the AI is pretty terrifying, so it's pretty sweaty. You should check it out if you have Tarkov. Maybe I'll play that sometime for y'all, and you can get a look at it, and then BSG can DDoS or like IP strike me or something. I don't know what the hell they do. They're something. They're an interesting company. They're a little bit like CA in that they have this amazing product that they do a pretty good job with, but also get a little bit jumpy about. Like, they have a very set vision of what they want, and it can be really hard for the community to get their, words through to the developers. Which is a bit of a shame, but, that's just kind of how it is. I can kind of understand where they're coming from. I'm trying to see if I think there's any room for moving any of these factions around. I mean, I don't know. Chaos Demons, man. I mean, it says they are losing really hard to all these factions, but they're really good in the right hands. But I guess I'll just leave it as it is. I'm gonna save this. Boop. I'll probably put up a quick little video to like kind of go through it all, and then anybody who doesn't watch the stream can still get a good idea of looking at it. I agree that lately they've been great. Don't get me wrong, the changes that they've been making in the last few months have been outstanding, but they kind of got pushed into a corner and told what's what by the fact they had to cancel Hyenas. That was like a $500 million disaster. Thrones of Decay was or not Thrones of Decay, but what was it? Shadows of Chaos or whatever. Shadows of Chaos was a disaster. It was really disappointing what they put out for the price point that they put it at, and they were being pretty intransigent with their like systems and ideas surrounding the game at that point, but in the last few months, yes, they've been better, but this is not the first time that CA has been an absolute disaster with their IP. I mean, Rome 2, I remember buying Rome 2 on release day, and it was one of the worst gaming experiences I have ever seen in my entire life. It was a catastrophe. And CA was on the verge of doing that with Warhammer 3, and they are thankfully pulling it out of their ass here at the end of the game's life cycle, and I'm hoping that they keep the momentum that they've got now. Like, CA is just a company that goes through these cycles where they start doing really well, and then they get too big for their britches, and they kind of roll it downhill a little bit, and they need to be, like, reined back in. But credit where credit's due, you're right, Harrison. They've been listening really well lately. Alright, I'm just fumbling around with stuff in my room right now, guys. We're waiting to see what's happening with our players. It looks like they are building their armies now. We're going to see what happens here in game number 2 of the best of 3 finals. Hopefully it is a pretty good game. I mean, the last one was pretty good, considering. You know, I mean, Scrambled Egg was just on point there at the end with taking the Dowey to town with that Infernal Gateway in the early going on the Grimdelvers, completely deleting the unit. I mean, from 100 to nothing in like 5 seconds was pretty insane. So we'll see if Sola doesn't get you know, thrown off and is able to grind back in here and bring it to a Game 3. That would be really fun. I'd love to see a nice Grand Finals Game 3. But it's going to be Tzeentch versus Kislev. Scrambled Egg is on... Or, not Tzeentch. Slaanesh versus Kislev. With Scrambled Egg playing Slaanesh. Solasora is going to be on Kislev. And we'll be kicking it off here in just a minute, it looks like. They're finalizing stuff. Making sure that everything is shipshape for this match. Alright. We're going to see what's going down. All I'm going to say is it looks like we've got some people who are taking notes, which I honestly like to see. And these are some pretty heavy metal builds, quite honestly. Alright guys, we've got one ready up. I'll be swapping it over so y'all can catch this match. And we'll be seeing who is going to come out on top in Game 2. And if there is going to be a Game 3. Alright guys. Flopping y'all back to the business. So, Scrambled Egg basically bringing a almost perfect mirror of what Solasora brought against me in our match. And, yeah, these cultists were pretty insane, honestly. They absolutely wrecked Valkia and, you know, took to town some of my flesh hounds, honestly. It was pretty brutal stuff. So I'm curious to see if Solasora is going to be able to handle this pretty vicious Slaanesh build. Yummy. I mean, what the actual hell is this thing? That's all I can wonder when I see the map terrain on some of these maps. Shoutouts to the map creators, the community map makers. They're freaking awesome. I mean, This is one of the most beautiful maps in any game that I've ever seen. I mean, look at all this cool shit. I mean, look at this. Look at this. What a great backdrop, dude. Giant eyeballs everywhere. Just gross, tentacled masses all over the place. And, some Slaaneshi demons are coming in here to defile the Tzeentchian stronghold. And we'll see if they're able to do it. I don't know why Kislev's here. They showed up. You know how they are. So we're going to have a Frostworm with the Ice Witch of Tempest on top. Hailstorm, Blizzard. 2 really strong spells. We'll see how they're used here. Incarnate Elemental of Beasts. The Incarnate Flock of Doom. As long as hit points higher than 25%, bit of a Mortis engine in an area around it. Pretty good at fighting, you know, heavy metal infantry and, you know, got good enough weapon strength to get through some good damage on Azazel and the cultists. Magic damage on top of that, which is nice. And horse archers, man. How often do you see these guys? But you know, I've played Kislev a handful of times, and against Slaanesh, these guys are actually pretty good. I mean, they've got some decent weapon strength. They've got really good range, and they're pretty fast, so they can stay safe from most of the Slaaneshi harass elements. And, I mean, against all this low armor, they're going to do a lot of damage. Exalted Demonettes, Fiends, Azazel, Cultists, none of whom have any armor to speak of, honestly. Patriarch on horseback with Tor's Battle Hymn. How often do you see that as well? It's a good choice. Balalaika and the Saliak's Lullaby. Man, just going with all the abilities. Dash's Song of Winter Sunlight as well. Very cool. Winged Lancers, they're running around back here. They're certainly going to be lancing down something with that obscenely powerful, glorious charge that they've got. And just a bunch of Kislev warriors. Very cost-effective and durable AP infantry. They're not going to beat anything here. I mean, they'll do well against Fiends, but they'll get slaughtered by Demonettes. But Fire Blood is just so incredibly strong as an ability. They'll be able to hold until they are dead and gone. More Fiends coming out from Scrambled Egg here. And, you know, just sizing up this Kislevite force, man. Horse Archers, they're firing a little bit of ammo, poking at Azazel, getting, you know, a little bit of damage. About 100 off of him. Cultists, looks like they've taken a little poke too, and, yeah, they're just getting ready to move up onto the middle. And, Scrambled Egg looking like he wants to just go all in against the Kislevite warriors in the center here, these cultists, which isn't a bad idea. Based on my experience, the bonus versus infantry that they have is pretty crazy. Not the worst weapon damage either, despite not having a ton of AP. But maybe deciding a little better of it. Gonna hang out here on the hills. Exalted Demonettes maybe looking to push the number 3 objective. And maybe Scrambled Eggs just trying to kite out as much of this ammo on the Horse Archers as possible. Things in the Woods coming out. Winged Lancers, Snow Leopard making an appearance on the field. Certainly going to do some good damage to Fiends, but not much else to fight for them. What we have here? Yeah, triple Fiends out on the field for Slaanesh. Who would have thought any different? These guys are such a good unit now. Very haggard before the most recent patch, but now one of the most cost-effective demonic monsters in the game. More Exalted Demonettes over here on this flank. I'm wondering where the collapse is going to come from. I mean, Scrambled Egg is playing really cagey here, and Solasora is getting a pretty decent little lead here. Up 300 to 100 so far, and nobody is willing to commit to a fight yet, which I can't really blame them. The last thing that you want to have happen is a... you know, just like a flop in terms of, like, getting in there and getting your damage done. And then feeding a bunch of value to your opponent. And Slaanesh might find it a little difficult to deal with this Incarnate Elemental of Beasts. Especially with the Kislev heal support here. I've mentioned it before on the stream, but it's not as good as it used to be. That passive heal item is gone, so just Soliak's Lullaby, which is limited to 3 uses, but that is still a decent chunk of health on a big monster like this. What is it? It's like 10, 12, 12.8 that it heals, I think, something along those lines, or 13%. I don't know. I don't want to do the exact math right now, but it's somewhere around there, which is nice on 8,900 HP. Also good on the Ice Witch. He's got a decent chunk of health here. More positioning going on. Fiends threatening to get around the flank here, but not really committing to anything, and maybe the cultists are finally going to go in and start trying to do damage here. But this Solosaur doing a good job of just bouncing out and around with the Ice Witch and the Incarnate Elemental. With the Patriarch, probably just has them in a control group together based on the way they're moving around. They're just all kind of stacked on top of one another. And the Horse Archers have really not gotten a lot of value. They've just been firing arrows where they can and getting a little bit of poke on the Cultists, which isn't bad. Gonna make it a little easier to deal with these very annoying hero units. You really don't want the Gate of Slaanesh ability to be going off at any point because, I mean, a Demonette on the field for any amount of time is capable of getting a lot of value, and, you know, you just cast it behind your opponent's front line and then get Devastating Flanker immediately and just profit, man. So we'll see how Solosora deals with that. But, looks like it's going down. The Cultists finally going in. Ice Witch, both Snow Leopards, and the Incarnate Elemental focusing in on this particular Cultist out here, getting a lot of damage on them. Really starting to chip through and do some nice work, while the Winged Lancers get a nice charge in, but Pavane coming out, locking them back into combat. They're starting to take some pretty nasty damage. Oh man, a miss on the Blizzard. So unfortunate. Very expensive spell to not be getting the most out of. Very unfortunate for Solosora there. Exalted Demonettes really taking these Kislevite warriors to town. Cultists did survive, doing some decent damage here. And these Exalted Demonettes are getting smacked around, man. Looks like a summon coming down here. Yeah, summoning the Snow Leopard out. Not a bad idea. Gonna use that summon to fight this Tattered Cultist. Maybe try and deal with this unit. Exalted Demonettes looking for an opportunity to get back into combat with a little bit better results. Solosoric jumping out to a huge lead, though, actually. Taking these Exalted Demonettes to town. Just pounding into them, man. These are regular Demonettes. Not a summon, though, just like a regular Demonette unit. Ripping them apart, nevertheless. Fiends are taking a lot of damage here as well. Probably getting some nice heals with the Patriarch. The Things in the Woods, they're fighting here in this blob too, getting debuffed by Soporific Musk and Charmed. 30 melee attack isn't great, but huge bonus versus infantry potential in the back pocket for those guys. And Winged Lancers out here getting folded up pretty hard. Big collapse on the flank for the Kislevite forces, but this blob here in the center is doing some pretty good work, and that Hailstorm actually got some good damage on the Fiends. That's nice to see. Cultist here is being dealt with. The other Cultist getting worked down a bit, but maybe not going, maybe not doing well enough because Scrambled Egg pulling back the value lead. I think I just spoke a little too soon because the Horse Archers and a huge blob of Dervishes and other units back here really getting taken to task by the Bringers of Beguilement with some Seeker support and Fury Summon getting some nice damage as well. Really tearing apart this Kislevite force. The blob over here is probably the only thing holding the Kislevite chances of victory together at this stage of the game. Crumbling out these Fiends. A Demonette unit is dead and gone. These Fiends here are probably going to be going the same way as all those other Fiends just did. Demonettes, more Demonettes, Demonettes everywhere. Exalteds and regular variants alike. Kislevites Warriors running, some Things in the Woods rallying back here. Gonna take the head-on charge with the Exalted Demonettes. God, I love the charge animations in this game. Killing a few models on those guys as they go through, though. But they're just about paying for themselves here, which is pretty favorable. And the Frostworm, Snow Leopard, Patriarch's looking a little worse for wear, but the Incarnate Elemental is looking very healthy. How many uses of... 2 uses of Salyak still. That's pretty nice, but all of the reinforcements, just absolutely no purchase for the forces of Kislev right now. Missing a Hailstorm here, unfortunately. Doing a very good job is Scrambled Egg, getting out of the way of that. Triple cap coming in for the forces of Slaanesh, man. Masterful gameplay coming in here again. Soldasaur really needs to clean up these Demonettes and reestablish control over this middle objective just to force Scrambled Egg to fight somewhere that's favorable for the forces of Kislev. Bringers of Beguilement collapsing in. They're close to paying for themselves, and they're doing some nice damage here against all of these single entities. Oh man, Azazel smacking this Patriarch up, who has used another one of the heals. Buyer of Blood is active on him, so he is on the verge of shattering. Hailstorm coming down, just doing a bunch of damage and chipping away at these Demonettes, but I think it might not be possible for Kislev's blob here to regain control, especially with the problems that are going on in the backfield, but actually, it might be flipping yet again here. Kossovite Dervishes chasing the Seekers back, but Seekers are turning about face with some Exalted, or just regular Demonettes support, and probably get some nice damage on the Dervishes here. Kossovite, or Kislevite Warriors coming out. They're starting to get their AP Halberds in on the Seekers, who are starting to take some pretty brutal damage there. A very close game in terms of value. I mean, 1,100 to 10,000. And, I mean, there's been a lot of damage done to this blob, which is just absolutely going ham here. More Hailstorms coming in. Fiends are gone. These Seekers are about to go, and maybe Kislev gets this objective back. It needs to happen sooner than later to maybe start holding back the tide of Slaanesh, which is kind of starting to dissipate. Slaaneshi forces looking pretty thin, although Kislev looking about the same here. Some Kislevite Warriors coming out of the spawn point, and it looks like some more Exalted Demonettes are going to be coming out for the forces of Slaanesh here. How many heals are left? 1 use of Salyak's Lullaby, and it is popped now. Going to be healing up this blob of units. Nice effect on those heals. Doing a very good job of keeping all of these very expensive units healthy. 2,200 on the Incarnate Elemental. Azazel doing a good job of getting some damage in on that Patriarch. 1,100 value on him so far. Oh man, these Winged Lancers taking a nice charge onto the Demonettes here, but taking some nasty damage in return. This is the opportunity to get these Fiends in here to maybe get a nice rear charge on the Winged Lancers. Really good Hailstorm. Gonna chip away at these Fiends. Not doing too much damage to them, actually, so I'm taking that one back a bit. How are the Bringers of Beguilement still on the field, man? Absolutely insane. 1,800 on them, 1,900 now. Perfect Vigor, making a lot of difference here. You know, not losing any leadership from being exhausted, and not losing any melee attack or melee defense either. I think you also lose speed and charge bonus from exhaustion, but they do finally go down here. Kislev has resecured the middle objective, but they are at a cap disadvantage now, but not too severe since they held the middle objective and this number 3 for so long in the early game. Horse Archers jumping out onto the number 3. There is one routing cultist here. Winged Lancer is going to be going after this guy. Yeah, doing some pretty good damage to him. Knocking them over, bullying them just a little bit. Shoving their face in the dirt. and calling him a loser. Exalted Demonette's trying to find an opportunity, and it's looking scary for Slaanesh now. It was looking really good in the early game, but this blob, really healthy, and despite losing the Patriarch, is going to be a threat into the late game with how much health is on the field. Kiting out a Hailstorm, though, is pretty good work from Scrambled Egg. We'll see if it can end up making the difference needed, though. Azazel's in here fighting a little too much. Really needs to get out of here because this Incarnate Elemental is going to body him if he stays in here. I mean, like I said, having the magical attacks and huge weapon strength is really nice for this thing. Getting Acquiescence popped on it, and the Fiends are on top now. With a pretty decent surround, doing some good chip damage here. Need to get the Fiend, or not the Fiend, but the Incarnate Elemental fighting against these Fiends and actually swinging against them to do the most effect here. Nice use of, is that Narcissism? No, just Acquiescence being popped, lowering the melee defense still. And doing some good damage are the Fiends and other Slaaneshi units. Still hanging on to that lead, but Kislev is starting to take over in terms of the number of units on the battlefield, starting to mitigate the local advantage that Slaanesh has held for quite a while now. Only 4 units out on the battlefield for Slaanesh. Is Scrambled Egg going to somehow be able to pull this off? I am not so sure. If you can kill the Incarnate Elemental, maybe. 4,000 value on this monster. Absolutely crazy. Solasora coming in with some forbidden tech knowledge, and maybe gonna flip this and get a game 3. Very good stuff here from our presumably new competitor. Certainly never seen them play before. 2,900 on the Ice Witch of Tempest with those hailstorms. Nothing to panic about with missing a Blizzard in the early going, certainly. Seekers, they are being overwhelmed here, surrounded by Horse Archers, and these guys have okay melee stats, and they're going to get some good help from the Kislevites Warriors. And that's going to be it, guys. We're going to be getting a Game 3 here. Huge plays from Solasora. Really loving to see the competitiveness coming out of these two opponents here. And we're going to be seeing what's going to happen here in the late game. Alright, let's back out here. What's going on? You think so, Harrison? I don't know. I mean, maybe. I have no way of knowing. The Pigman build he brought in the Conquest tourney. So, I mean, if this is a Smurf, who could it possibly even be, though? Like, I don't know enough about it to be able to say. But, we're gonna find out. I mean, Solasora is either gonna win or not. Alright, let's swap away. We'll give them a chance to build up their forces, and we'll see what's going on here. So, for everybody who's been joining in over the course of the stream, thank you so much, guys. Y'all are champions. It's been a good one. we've got our little tier list here. You can check it out. I'll just leave it up for now, so y'all have something to mull over and think about in between games. It's pretty settled, I think. I don't really think there's too much movement to be done here. Just a disclaimer that everybody in like the B tier is pretty interchangeable. You know, Bretonia might be among the worst in this tier, but it is what it is. Road to Val's Anvil. Alright. Thank you. Alright, guys. They are counterpicking. We'll get back onto this screen. And we're just going to hang out for a little bit. I don't really know. What do we do? Twiddle our thumbs for the next, like, 10 minutes before getting this final match? Whew. Alright, guys. Counter picks are going in now. I am curious to see if we have as crazy of a game as that last one. I mean, a 4,000 value Incarnate Elemental of Beast is pretty nuts. honestly. I mean, certainly not a unit that I've seen in a while, and it was pretty brutal to watch in action. Alright, it looks like Scrambled Egg might be playing Nurgle this next game. Just make sure that we're not on... Yeah, we are still on the right page. Not giving up any games from these players. And I would love to see a Nurgle build in the final game here. That would be pretty sick, honestly. Oh, Nurgle and Tomb Kings. Okay. So Scrambled Egg on Nurgle and Solosaur is going to be on Tomb Kings here, it looks like. It's going to be fun stuff, I think. As far as I know, Nurgle is beating Tomb Kings right now. Let's go and take a look at the stats. It's nice to go and take a peek at them every now and then. Oh, it's not even a... It's 1-to-1. What a sample size, guys. That's pretty definitive there. Alright. Already getting some wild stuff for the build so far, guys. Oh my god. Oh, let's see it, please! I'm so curious if this is gonna work. Wow, wow, wow. Okay. Ooh. Alright. I'm gonna stop hooting into the mic. But y'all are gonna have a good one, and I think that we're gonna get an absolutely baller game to close this one out. Yup. Okay. Alright, I don't really know who wins this matchup on the reg. I would imagine that Tomb Kings have a pretty decent chance of being more consistent in beating Nurgle than the other way around. Tomb Kings just have such nice ranged units that, I mean, I can't imagine a scenario in which Nurgle is going to be able to, like, out-trade Tomb Kings, normally. But, I mean, heals are crazy, for sure. And I guess we're going to find out just how durable the forces of Nurgle can be. All right. Getting into it, guys. It's game 3 of Grand Finals. We're going to see who's going to be able to hold this one down. Either it's going to be Solasora popping out onto the scene, or it's going to be Scrambled Egg Special, the veteran, the wily veteran, closing it out here and getting themselves another tournament win. But as you can see, it's not the typical Nurgle build. It's very heavy metal Chaos Warrior frontline, a couple of Plague Bears, Kha'Zix, the Befouled, and a Chaos Lord of Nurgle. Really good AP fighters, both of those guys. And we're going to see what happens with their combat abilities against Tomb Kings, who are known for their pretty oppressive combat characters. I mean, Cetra certainly is probably in the top tier of combat lords right now. I mean, I really can't think of too many others who do what he does. Certainly does not serve right now. Where'd they go? There they are. Look at these fellas. Nice old shield. This guy's, having silver shield on a character like this is pretty nice, honestly. Kha'Zix, really good against infantry, but also just in general against large targets, I mean, able to lock them down, and really good AP here with good stats. Can't ask for much more. Pretty much identical to the Chaos Lord, minus the shield and a little bit of armor. Better leadership, actually. It's kind of funny. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. Plague Bears, lots of Chaos Warriors, and the throwing axes are going to go to the top objective here. 2 Chaos Warriors to the middle objective. We're certainly going to screen out those Horse Archers, while the forces of the Tomb Kings, Cetra on his big old kitty cat, and a Necro Sphinx. Very cool. This is the ROR, magic damage, and flaming attacks. Going to do some really nice work here. Certainly going to put a lot of punishment onto Kha'Zix if the Sphinx is able to catch him. With those flaming attacks, going to get through that regen and get extra damage off on him. So we'll see how it goes. There's a Necrotect on foot here. What's he got? Restore and Vambraces of the Sun. Nothing too spectacular. Lots of Skeleton Spears and Skelly Warriors there, so... very cheap front line that is probably going to get worn down by all of these Nurgle warriors, but it is going to come down to whether or not Nurgle is able to handle the very scary characters and SEs that the Tomb Kings are able to bring to the table on the reg. You know, we'll see how that goes. That's going to be the critical X factor, so to speak, for this matchup.
We have a victory
Throwing
point.
axes, looking like they're going to get some damage in on the Sphinx here. Throwing their axes, you know, a few landing short, but some of them getting some nice effect. Taking a decent little chunk of damage at Cetra there, who is going to, you know, turn tail and peel out for a little bit, while the infantry are just slowly waddling up to the objective. Both these players are pretty well attuned to capping up the objectives early, but nobody going for the number 3 here. Wide open right now, and it looks like both of these players are looking to just go all in and crush each other before even thinking about playing all of the objectives. Oh, now that I'm saying that, we've got some Skelly Horsemen. Just going to be moseying on out here, and they're going to scoop up this objective for free, probably, unless Scrambled Egg decides to bring something in to respond to that. More Skeleton Horsemen coming out. Chaos Warriors are going to start capping the number 2 here. Probably would pay off to just send all of your forces down into the middle and the number 3 if you're the Tomb Kings right now. This is a lot to work through, even for Cetra and the Necrosphinx here, so I don't know if that's going to really be worth it. Oh, look, the Nurgle Sorcerer's out. Rancid Visitations and Stream of Corruption are going to be the 2 spells here for this caster. That's just Mark of Nurgle. No passive. Good call. Rancid is incredibly expensive, so not going to get much work out of the Nurgle passive with that on the field. Scramble Egg doing a little bit of damage to some Skeleton Warriors down there. Rotflies, the Angels of Decay, making an appearance. One of the units that I was talking about earlier in the tier list. Coming out here, they've got some really powerful missile attacks that are going to do some really gnarly damage to either of these big targets here. Rancid being popped on Cetra as we speak, doing some nasty damage to him, and fighting Kha'Zix and the Chaos Lord here, who's doing some really good damage. Father of Blades is on the table for the Chaos Lord, who's taken a pretty gnarly amount of damage in return from the Sphinx. Sphinx and Cetra giving it back as good as they got so far. Really nice work by the Necrosphinx and old Cetra here. The Angels of Decay getting their little holy hand grenades in there, doing a little bit of damage to Cetra, but maybe you're going to want to focus in on this Necrosphinx, and a huge collapse onto the Chaos Sorcerer and the Chaos Lord here, who are in trouble, in danger for their lives right now, fighting the Sphinx of Uskef, who's doing some pretty good damage so far in this game. 360 value there, and Cetra tossing about the Chaos Warriors down here. Kha'Zix the Befouled fighting Cetra and the Eyes of the Desert, who have slithered out here, unbeknownst to me in the meantime. Eyes of the Desert have taken some nasty damage, I presume, from the laser snakes, but they can certainly counterfire them pretty effectively if they focus in on them. Oh, the Skelly Horsemen are what's doing the damage here. Really nice focus fire from the Horse Archers, man. And what is this being cast? Oh, the Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance coming out and taking to town the Angels of Decay. It's looking okay for Nurgle. Oh, Shabti Greatbow's out. They're also doing some good work against these guys. What is Nurgle going to do against this Necrosphinx? The Forsaken coming out, trying to maybe lock this guy up. Throwing axes, getting some nice damage, and some damage going in from the Angels of Decay. Swarms of Furies getting on top of the Sepulchral Stalkers, who are taking a lot of damage, but they are turning about face, and they are holding pretty well against these guys, and a good rear charge is going to crush the leadership on those pretty expensive little flyers, and looks like it's going to be a bit of a rout here on the middle for the poor Nurgle forces. How often do you think of them as suffering from being beaten up on by all of these units, man? And Kasich getting taken to task by the Sphinx here, who's really just pounding away at him. Cetra coming in to do a little bit of damage. Nasty work coming in from that Necro Sphinx, man. He's about to shatter, or not shatter, but break, potentially. How much on this guy? It'd be nice to see. 800, pretty crazy so far. And Cetra with 1,300, almost 1,400. Kasich trying to escape so he can get some regen going. He's been doing decent work. Upgraded Rancid Visitations. Working down Cetra. You know, it's worth keeping in mind that the... where is the Necrotect? Necrotect heals cannot be targeted onto Cetra despite being on a construct. He does not technically count as one. Sorcerer of Nurgle is in the danger zone right now. Looks like trying to get in on Cetra and do a little bit of damage on the horse. You know, a little bit of extra damage, but not able to make it happen. And these Angels of Decay are crumbling out, and they are gone. That's a lot of single entity damage that is off the field now. And these Forsaken and the Plague Toads not loving life as they're fighting some pretty dangerous units here. I mean, Cetra is pretty low, but does have a passive heal to fall back on with the Restless Dead here, but needs to not get into combat with Kasich here. Kasich is certainly able to beat up on Cetra if given an opportunity, and is chasing down the... I don't even know how many titles this guy has, but chasing down the ruler of Cambry here. Doing some good damage, down to 1395 for the Immortal here, for the Imperishable one. Kasich, oh my god, huge damage going in there, and Kasich goes down. That's the end of Kasich the Befouled for the forces of Nurgle. Very sticky situation that Scrambled Egg is going to find himself in now. The Chaos Warriors, they are winning on the high ground here, but is that really going to matter when the middle objectives are looking so tenuous here? Ooh, Rancid Visitations almost finishes off Cetra. Oh, man. 440 health left. It's looking really dangerous for both of these players. If Cetra goes down, I'm not sure if the Tomb Kings are going to be able to outgrind Nurgle at the end of the day, but the Sphinx is so healthy, maybe it won't matter. I mean, oh god. What is going to be the answer for this big Necro Sphinx? I'm not sure, but losing all of that leadership now for the Force of the Tomb Kings, that's going to hurt. That's going to hurt a lot. And the Nurgle Infantry really don't have anything on the field that's super threatening against them. Nehekar Warriors aren't bad against Plague Bearers and Nurgle Warriors, but certainly not great. Chaos Lord really hasn't gotten much value. Really had a hard time finding any good targets to fight. Forsaken of Nurgle doing some nice damage here, man. Really proving themselves to be capable fighters in this matchup. Plague Toads really getting pounded. Sorcerer of Nurgle with some good value, but is there a Rancid in the pocket to get rid of the Sphinx of Uskef here? Not so certain, and down goes the Sorcerer. Karate chopped by the Necro Sphinx, who's up to 2744 value. I don't know if Nurgle's got a way back into this, guys. This might be the end of the line for Scrambled Egg Special, who had a pretty dominant win in the first game, but struggled against Kislev in the last game, and looking like not having the answers to the Tomb Kings, who are just out here working down all of these elite infantry, man. Chaos Warriors over here, okay value, but their leadership is breaking now. They are on the verge of running for their lives. Nurgle Warriors running here. They did pay for themselves, though. These guys doing all right. just so many healthy Tomb King's infantry and constructs, more importantly. Some Ushabti Greatbow with 1,400 value here. 900 on the Eyes of the Desert. Ushabti not doing too shabby themselves, and a nice restore going down on the Sphinx of Uzkef. So if there was any hope for Nurgle, I think it's starting to go down the drain here with this really fat heal, man. I mean, going and getting, what, how much is restore? 24 seconds with 0.8 per second. That's pretty substantial, man. 17%, I think. About 18%. It's pretty gnarly. Gonna be pretty painful for Scrambled Egg to have to deal with, and I think it would behoove him to tap out here in a moment. I don't see a way back into this game. That's going to be it. Really well played by Solasora, who has appeared from out of nowhere, seemingly, and taken a tournament win here. Really well played to them. Great games. Congrats. Boom. All right. Alright, guys. Do not like that Nurgle build at all. It's, I mean, I don't know. I kind of see where he was going with it, but it is a little questionable in some respects. The ROR Necrosphinx is just always on the table and is so good against demons that, you really have to account for that. And, as good as Kha'Zix is, he probably would have been a little better with that ward save ability that he gets, where if he's above 75%, he's got 20% ward save. That might have been good enough to keep him in the fight a little longer. But, yeah, just lacking an answer to the ROR, man. That Sphinx absolutely carried. Cetra was not on the field all that long in the grand scheme of things, but still got pretty much his value back. Kind of speaking to just how powerful of a fighter he is. So, I mean, that's going to be it for this tournament, guys. Thank y'all for tuning in. It was an absolute blast being here and casting with y'all. You know, small viewership be damned. Love to see you guys here. Plague Ogres. Yeah, Plague Ogres would have been really good. I agree. But I think maybe the idea was Rancid Visitations and the Angels. I think the Angels of Decay were being counted on to do way more than they ended up being capable of. Goon Squad, Exalted Hero, and Caster. Yeah, I think a more standard build would have been a lot more consistent, but, you know, you live and learn, and sometimes it's worth trying out different stuff just to see how it goes. But, you know, I don't think there's anything else to say, but Solasora played a really clean game and counterpicked really well. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of counterfire for him. All good. Scrambled Egg saying that he'll play better next time. Yeah, I feel that. That's too real. That's how I feel every time I lose. But yeah, y'all take care. I'm gonna leave it off here and have a good rest.